One.
What is the European Jewish Association? It's the fastest growing Jewish advocacy organization in Europe, with a growing number of communities across the continent. We empower Jews.
The European Jewish Association fills an essential role, working in conjunction with European institutions, the Parliament and regional and national parliaments, combating anti-Semitism in all its forms, empowering Jewish communities, and strengthening Jewish life all across the continent.
We represent at the highest levels of politics and diplomacy.
Europe without Jews would not be Europe.
We must ensure that Jews feel at home in Europe and that they're proud of being European citizens. We do know that Europe can only prosper when its Jewish communities can prosper too.
With the European Commission, we have launched a campaign to debunk online hate speech and conspiracy theories, particularly anti-Semitic statements.
We put Jewish issues front and center of the debate. We ensured that the Jewish voice is heard and represented in the corridors of power and in the media. We fight anti-Semitism. We provide support for every Jew that needs it. We work with governments to safeguard our institutions and places of learning. We propose practical and workable solutions. We believe that education can always conquer hate. We instill Jewish pride in our youth, giving them a voice and bringing forward the next generation of Jewish leaders. We exist to make Europe a better place for Jews and ensure a Jewish future. This is the European Jewish Association, and we thank you for being part of our ongoing story.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, welcome. After 2 years of being unable to meet in person, it's really wonderful to see a room full of people. I know that for many of you, travel here was complicated. In fact, some haven't even arrived yet. It appears that everyone wants to go to the airport these days. Having been stuck in a queue yesterday for quite some time, I found myself thinking about that famous line from Sartre, that hell is other people. In any case, welcome again. The team here at the European Jewish Association have worked hard on what we hope will be a stimulating couple of days for you to engage, debate, and in that fine Jewish tradition that we have, even to disagree sometimes. What is important, ladies and gentlemen, is but by the time we have to think about going to the airport again and Mr. Sartre, we will have found solutions, common purpose, and a sense that when we go back to our communities, we've done some good work. To enable us to do this and to be able to really understand each other, we've arranged for simultaneous translation. So rather than having to strain your ears and minds, having to mentally translate what people like me, afflicted as I am with that great British ability to take an absolute eternity to get to the point, are actually saying, the channels are as follows, ladies and gentlemen. Channel 3 is Hungarian, Channel 4 is Russian, Channel 5 is French, and Channel 6 is English. So if you haven't done so already, please take a moment to familiarize yourself with the sets. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to get through today. I would ask speakers and panelists, everyone should have a copy of the agenda in front of you. I would ask those speaking and indeed panelists to make your way to the stage just here a minute or two before the previous session wraps so we can cause minimal time lag between the panels. So let's get straight into it. It is my great pleasure, as it always is, to welcome the man with a vision and commitment to make events such as this possible. A man who, for the many, many years that I've known him, hasn't faltered, tired, or let up, even for a single second, on his mission to uphold, protect, and advance Jews everywhere in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the chairman of the European Jewish Association, Rabbi Menachem Margolin.
Excellencies, Mr. Shaimin, Deputy Prime Minister of Hungary, Chief Rabbi Shlomo Kovesh, Excellency, Israeli Ambassador to Hungary, Excellency, Deputy Minister of Interior of Greece, diplomats, members of parliament, ambassadors, leaders of Jewish communities and organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the annual conference of the European Jewish Association, and thank you for taking the time to attend this very important conference with us. We are all here because we care. We all care deeply that Jewish communities in Europe can flourish and succeed. We care that European Jewry can contribute our rich culture and ancient but timeless knowledge to the continent of Europe and to the entire world. Anyone who understands how deep the contribution of the Jewish people to humanity is always wants this to happen. And yet, for too many years, we have been busy defending ourselves, busy protecting the safety of our children, our synagogues, our community centers, busy defending the Jewish way of living, the repelling attempts to ban circumcision and ritual slaughter, busy convincing that we are loyal to the countries in which we live, busy persuading Jews not to flee communities and countries despite the rising level of anti-Semitism. One of the most pressing, constant challenges facing Jewish communities in Europe today is the issue of freedom of religion. Too many states have enacted laws or made attempts to enact laws aimed to banning circumcision and ritual slaughter. These laws, in addition to not allowing freedom of religion for the Jewish community, also bring bad name to the Jewish people, who, as according to their logic, do not respect animals or not even our babies. This is, of course, a complete lie and the polar opposite of reality, as we will hear later today. The ban on ritual slaughter is very problematic. In the first stage, there are restrictions on ritual slaughter. In the second stage, there is a ban on slaughter. In the third stage is a ban on an export of kosher meat, and the next stage can be also a ban on an import and the trade, and in different countries prohibit trade of fur. We must do everything we can to ensure that the religious freedom of the Jewish community in Europe is preserved and respected. Dear friends, over the past few years, we've been able to achieve significant achievements for the benefit of Jewish communities in Europe. We have raised awareness throughout Europe of the importance of religious freedom. We have successfully waged battles to preserve religious freedom in some countries. We raised the importance of laws banning trade of Nazi memorabilia. We campaigned for the European Union in all member states to appoint a representative to monitor and combat anti-Semitism, and we succeed in many. We have drawn up our red lines for political parties in Europe so that they will understand what they must do in order to gain the support of European Jews. During the coming days, we will hear from many heads of Jewish communities and organizations in Europe what the main challenges the Jewish communities in Europe are facing these days. And we will hear, and we will leave here with a clear action plan through which we can all work together to strengthen the Jewish community across the continent that we all care so much about. I thank you again, all of you, for taking the time to come and be with us today. And I wish us all great success and in particularly fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi Margolin. A measure of the positive, mutual, and hugely beneficial dialogue that Rabbi Margolin was just speaking about is our next speaker, a gentleman who's taken time out of his busy schedule of statecraft to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and privilege to invite the Deputy Prime Minister of Hungary, His Excellency Mr. Zsolt Semjen, to address conference.
Excellenciás, rabbi urak, Mélyen tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, kedves barátaim, ha megengedik, a hazám nyelvén fogok beszélni önökhöz. Nagyon bölcsen tette az igen tisztelt közgyűlés, hogy Budapestet választotta a mostani esemény színhelyéül, amit külön is megköszönök Köves Lomó barátomnak, hiszen Európában az egyik legnagyobb zsidó közösség itt él Magyarországon. Megkockáztatom azt a mondatot, hogy Magyarországon egyfajta zsidó reneszánsz van, és Magyarország történelmileg is mindig sorsközösségben volt a zsidósággal. Kevesen tudják, de amikor több mint 1000 évvel ezelőtt a magyar törzsek itt a Kárpát-medencében hazára leltek, akkor a kazár birodalomból váltak ki, abból a kazár birodalomból, amelynek az államvallása zsidó vallás volt. Ezért a magyarság gondolkodása, történelemszemlélete, kultúrája már a honfoglalás idejétől párhuzamot mutat és kölcsönhatást mutat a kazár zsidósággal. Nagyon érdekes, hogy a magyar őstörténetről szóló krónikák mindegyike bibliai alapon áll, bibliai leszármazás táblákkal, és van egy hasonlóság is, ahogy Mózes elvezette a választott népet az ígéret földjéig, majd megtekintette az ígéret földjét, de Józsué foglalta el. A magyar hagyomány és krónikák hasonlóképpen írják le, hogy Álmos, aki a Magyar Törzszövetség vezetője volt, a Kárpátokig elvezette a népet, a magyar népet, és Árpád vezér foglalta el. Tehát számos hasonló gondolat van a magyar történelem és a bibliai tanítás között, ami mutatja azt, hogy a kezdetektől fogva a zsidó hatás erős volt Magyarországra. Ez így ment végig a történelem folyamán, majd 1867 után, amikor az osztrák-magyar kiegyezés megtörtént, onnantól kezdve a zsidóság meghatározó volt Magyarország kultúrájára, gazdaságára, szellemiségére. És mi, mai magyarok, hűségesek akarunk lenni ehhez az örökséghez, a zsidó-keresztény civilizáció védelméhez. Tehát azt gondolom, hogy bölcs döntés volt, hogy megtiszteltek minket azzal, hogy idejöttek Budapestre. Bruhim Habarim. Kedves barátaim, ha megengedik, néhány mondatban kifejteném önöknek Magyarországon a magyar zsidóságnak a helyzetét. Mind a három történelmi zsidó irányzat teljes jogú történelmi egyházként van elismerve, a status quo ante, az ortodoxia és a neológia is. Amikor azt mondom, hogy történelmi egyházként, akkor ezt úgy kell értelmezni, hogy a katolikus és a református egyházakkal teljesen azonos státuszban. A népszámlálás ugyan csak 10 000-es nagyságrendben mutatta azt, hogy zsidósághoz tartozó emberek élnek Magyarországon, de a valóság az, hogy 100 000-es az a nagyságrend, akiknek vannak zsidó gyökereik, és akik kötődnek a zsidósághoz, rezonálnak a zsidósággal kapcsolatos témákra. Örömmel jelenthetem önöknek, hogy Magyarországon a zsidó felekezetek és a magyar állam viszonya tökéletesen rendezett. Ez azt jelenti, hogy minden zsidó intézményt, legyen az óvoda, iskola, egyetem, szociális intézet, kórház, az állam finanszíroz, mégpedig pontosan ugyanúgy, mint a hasonló feladatot ellátó állami intézményeket. Az egyház, illetve a zsidó felekezetek bármikor átvehetnek szociális intézményt, iskolát, kulturális intézményeket, és ezeket alanyi jogon a magyar állam pontosan ugyanúgy finanszírozza, mint az állami intézményeket. Örömmel jelentem azt is, hogy sok zsidó gyerek jár államilag finanszírozott hittanra, és átfogó szerződéseket kötöttünk a zsidó felekezetekkel. Ennek keretében például azokért az ingatlanokért, amelyeket a kommunista rendszer elrabolt a zsidó felekezetektől, ezeket vagy visszaadtuk a felekezeteknek, vagy amennyiben nem kérték vissza, örök járadékot fizetünk utána, valorizálva az idők végezetéig. Fontosnak tartom azt is, hogy a Milton Friedman Egyetem állami támogatással tud működni Magyarországon, és csak az elmúlt esztendőkben 22 zsinagógát restauráltunk, és csak az elmúlt időben 2 új zsinagógát adhattunk át. Fontos az, hogy Magyarországon az antiszemitizmussal szemben zéró tolerancia van. Ez azt jelenti, hogy a holokauszt az iskolákban tananyag, természetesen emléknapja van, és a gyűlölet beszéd elleni törvény garantálja azt, hogy nem lehet tagadni vagy relativizálni a holokausztnak a szörnyűségét. Külön meg szeretném köszönni a Tett és Védelem Alapítványnak a munkáját, amelyik monitorozza, figyeli, elemzi az antiszemita jelenségeket, amellyel szemben a magyar állam természetesen fellép. És engedjék meg önöknek, hogy az antiszemitizmus elleni magyar fellépés vonatkozásában 3 szempontra is fölhívjam a figyelmet. Sajnos, mint szinte mindenütt, vannak antiszemita jelenségek. Ennek történelmi gyökerei vannak. A nácizmus Magyarországon is megteremte a maga keserű, mérgezett gyümölcsét, ami a náci Németország megszállása után az ismert szörnyűségekhez vezetett. Azonban itt Európa keleti felén a zsidóság üldöztetése nem ér véget a náci Németország bukásával, hiszen a kommunista rendszer üldözte a vallásos zsidóságot, és Magyarországon is ez történt. A zsidó vagyont elrabolta, a felekezeti tulajdonokat államosította, és az az igazság, hogy a hitükhöz ragaszkodó zsidóságot üldözte, és különösen virulens volt a kommunista időkben az Izrael ellenesség. Ezért, amikor én arról beszélek, hogy zéró tolerancia van az antiszemita jelenségek ellen, ez természetesen elsősorban a náci típusú beszéddel és tettekkel szemben van, de szeretném, hogy tudják, hogy mi az alkotmányból kifolyólag mind a náci, mind a kommunista antiszemitizmussal szemben fellépünk, és ezeknek a rémtetteknek a relativizálását büntetjük. Tehát a történelmi, elsősorban náci típusú antiszemita megnyilvánulásokkal szemben Magyarországon zéró tolerancia van. De az őszintesség jegyében itt Európában beszélnünk kell még másik 2 típusú antiszemitizmusról. Tapasztalhatjuk Európában a politikai iszlám, az iszlám radikalizmusnak az antiszemitizmusát. Jelentem önöknek, Magyarországon ilyen nem létezik. És szembe kell néznünk egy harmadik típusú antiszemitizmussal is, ami ma sajnos Európában néha már a mainstreamhez is tartozik, ami az Izrael ellenesség. A mi felfogásunkban az Izrael ellenesség az antiszemitizmusnak egy formája. Következésképpen Magyarország az ilyen típusú jelenségekkel szemben is fellép, nem csak Magyarországon, hanem az Európai Unióban is, és megakadályozunk minden olyan típusú dolgot, amikor Izrael elítéléséről van szó a kettős mérce jegyében, és örömmel jelenthetem önöknek azt, hogy Izrael és izraeli barátaink az Izrael ellenesség tekintetében számíthatnak Magyarországra, és az Európai Unión belül is megvétózunk minden olyan Izrael ellenes lépést, ami igazságtalanul támadja Izraelt. Mivel a rendelkezésemre szabott idő letelt, ezért még csak egyetlen dolgot szeretnék önöknek elmondani. A Kereszténydemokrata Néppárt, aminek én az elnöke vagyok, 1944-ben alakult meg, kifejezetten a nácik ellen, kifejezetten a nemzeti szocializmussal szemben, és Magyarország náci Németország általi megszállásával szemben. Ez a párt volt az egyetlen, amelyik a kommunista időkben, ahogy szembeszálltak a barna diktatúrával, a kommunista időkben szembeszálltak a vörös diktatúrával, és amikor a kommunizmus kiépült Magyarországon, akkor a kereszténydemokrata pártnak a vezetői vagy az Egyesült Államokba emigráltak, vagy pedig börtönbe kerültek Magyarországon. De egyikük sem lett kollaboráns. És most, amikor 1990 után a rendszerváltoztatáskor ez a történelmi párt újraindulhatott, és megjegyzem, ma az országgyűlés második legnagyobb frakcióját alkotjuk a parlamentben, akkor büszkén jelenthetem önöknek, hogy az én pártomban van egy izraelita műhely nevű szervezet, ami kifejezetten a vallásos zsidóságnak, a zsidó értékeket képviselőknek egy platformját jelenti, ami a keresztény demokráciával együttműködve a bibliai értékek védelmében, a zsidó-keresztény civilizáció értelmében ilyen módon a magyar politikai életben is meg tud jelenni. Itt köszönöm meg a támogatást a magyar zsidóság részéről, hogy ilyen módon is együtt tudunk működni. Én szeretném önöket biztosítani Magyarország kormányának a támogatásáról, arról, hogy a zsidó felekezeteket a történelmi keresztény egyházakhoz hasonlóan teljes támogatásban részesítjük. Szeretném önöket biztosítani arról, hogy Magyarország a zsidóság szempontjából is Európa egyik, talán legbiztonságosabb országa, hogy Magyarország továbbra sem enged semmifajta antiszemita jelenségnek, legyen az szélső jobboldali, szélső baloldali, dzsihadista gyökerű vagy Izrael ellenes. És szeretném biztosítani önöket arról, hogy Magyarországon mindig barátokat találnak, és ahogy Magyarország elismeri azt az egyedülálló értéket, amellyel a zsidóság gazdagította Magyarországot, a magyar történelmet, a magyar kultúrát, hogy a keresztény civilizáció védelmében, ebben az együttműködésben, ebben a szövetségben, ebben a sorsközösségben mindig számíthatnak Magyarországra, Magyarország kormányára és Magyarország népére. Köszönöm, hogy meghallgattak.
Thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, as proud as I am of being the director of a European Jewish Association, we are not an island on our own, but we are in fact made up of an archipelago of partners and friends. And it isn't lip service to say that EMI, the Association of Hungarian Jewish Communities, is a key island in this important chain. Because what has happened in this country is nothing short of a turnaround. And our next speaker is much, much too humble to take credit for the lion's share of his turnaround. But take it, he must. It is therefore my great pleasure to ask Chief Rabbi and EMI Chairman Shlomo Kovesh to address you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Rabbi Margolin, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister, my friend Joel Chemien, Your Excellency, Interior Minister, the Deputy Interior Minister of Greece, Your Excellency, the Shagir Israel Hungaria, the Ambassador of Israel to Hungary, ladies and gentlemen, Bruchim Abayim, Isten hozott, as we say in Hungarian, welcome to Hungary. Welcome to a country where there is and has been a continuous Jewish presence for the last 1,000 years. Welcome to a city which has probably the highest number of percentage of Jewish inhabitants. 5% of Budapest is Jewish. Welcome to a city where you have a vibrant Jewish revival with 20 active synagogues, 4 Jewish schools, 5 kosher restaurants, Jewish universities. Welcome to Hungary, which is definitely one of the most safest places for Hungarian, and not only Hungarian, Jewish life in Europe, with the least anti-Semitic assaults and with the most Jewish presence in the open, without fear, without worry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful place. As you can see yourself, Hungary and Budapest is a beautiful place in general and a beautiful place for Jews as well. A renaissance of Jewish life, everything is nice. We can almost say it's Yemot HaMashiach, as if Messiah would have arrived already. But still, there is a lot to do. We should never rest. We should always look for new assignments, new things to be done. And if we look closely to Hungarian Jewish life, we can still see there is still yet a lot to be done. We can speak about the level of anti-Semitic sentiments which are still there in the Hungarian society. We can speak about the lowest level of aliyah and the very low level of affiliation with the State of Israel. We can speak about the figure that my friend, the Deputy Prime Minister of Hungary had mentioned, that out of close to 150,000 Jews in Hungary, only 12,000 affiliate themselves with any Jewish community. And if we look closer, we should meditate a bit. And this meditation will help us not only to understand what is the assignment for Hungarian Jewish leaders, but I believe it will be meaningful for all Jewish leaders from around Europe and around the world. Thanks to Rabbi Margolin and the work of EJA, I had the privilege a few years ago to take part in a very private meeting of Jewish leaders in Rome. There we have had the privilege to spend the whole weekend with one of the greatest scholars of the 20th and 21st century, Rabbi Steinsaltz, the rabbi who has translated the whole of Talmud, a person with a great vision and a huge knowledge of Jewish and general thought. Rabbi Steinsaltz asked a question there to all participants. He said, if you were asked, what is the greatest threat to Jewish life today? So some people would say, the greatest threat is anti-Semitism. Other people would say the greatest threat is assimilation. He said, let's look at this closer. If we look at anti-Semitism, yes, definitely anti-Semitism exists. It is a threat. In some places, it's a physical threat. Some places, it's more of a threat of our well-being and of our daily life and feelings. But still, if we compare it to the Jewish history at large, we can definitely say in the 21st century, anti-Semitism is a threat, but it's probably the least threat ever if we look in the last 2,000 years. Let's look at assimilation. I said, yes, definitely assimilation is a great threat. We see that children and grandchildren of once affiliated and traditional families leave the Jewish community and lack the affiliation with Jewish life and Jewish community. But still, there is a vibrant Jewish life in large cities of Europe, not only in Budapest, but in also some other European cities, and also around the world. So what then is the greatest threat to Jewish life? He said the greatest threat is the lack of interest. The lack of interest. And he gave an example. He said, if we look back 600-700 years ago, maybe 800 years ago, to Jewish life in Europe. What was Jewish life in Europe 800 or 900 years ago? There was maybe 5,000 Jews, 10,000 Jews living in France. And look what they have created. We have the greatest scholars that we'll still learn today. The Rashi, Balei HaTosfot, all those great rabbis and scholars that gave the spiritual input that still gives us enthusiasm and content for whether it's the explanation of the Bible or the Talmud. Today we have 300,000-400,000 Jews living in Europe. How many Rashis are living in Europe today, in France or in Europe today? And we can give the same example to Hungary or to any other country. Why is that? It's because there's a lack of interest, Rabbi Steinsaltz said. What we need to do is to create the interest. What we need to do is to start caring for Jewish life, not only to start caring about the fight against anti-Semitism, not only it's to care about assuring the security of Jews, but it's also the interest in creating that Jewish life that will need that security. So today when we open this unique conference of freedom to live, freedom from hatred, we should not forget the third pillar of this conference, the freedom to thrive. We need to have a strong commitment that when we go back home, we will start to care, we will start to care more, we will fight the lack of interest, and we will assure that we will not only fight anti-Semitism, but we will fight for real Jewish life. This is the place where I would like to thank all of you for coming here to Budapest, to Hungary. First of all, I would like to thank Rabbi Margolin and the whole team of EJA, European Jewish Association, for their partnership and for their care of Jewish life all over Europe, and I can definitely say in Hungary. Please give them a round of applause. I would like to say a special thanks also to the Hungarian government and to Hungary for hosting this special event. And to say thank you for the Hungarian government, and especially to my friend, the Deputy Prime Minister of Hungary, Zsolt Semjén, who has been a great friend of the Jewish people at large, the Jewish community in Hungary, and who has been a great support to Israel and to the Jews since whenever I have known him. Thank you very much, and have a great conference.
Thanks, Rabbi. Ladies and gentlemen, a conversation amongst Jews always leads to Israel. Our only Jewish state, our insurance policy no matter what. Israel has our back, and we have its back. We're proud of it, proud of our friends, proud of our family living there, proud of its people. Maybe not so proud of its football team, but we're pretty much proud of it, full stop. And it's why I'm very proud to have the opportunity to invite His Excellency, the Ambassador of Israel, Mr. Yaakov Hadass Handelsman, to address conference. Excellency, please.
Thank you very much. As my speech time was cut by half by the previous gentlemen who were talking about Jews in Hungary, especially the first Deputy Prime Minister, I can start with something which is a little bit different from the schedule, but you mentioned the football team, so I will tell you something. I told several politicians here last week that well done for the Hungarian national football team. I wish we were there, and I just want to mention that in my previous capacity as ambassador to Germany, when I was there, they became world champions. But that's for anyone to take his own consequences. Anyway, Rabbi Margolin, First Deputy Prime Minister, Rabbi Kovac, distinguished guests and members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is really an honor for me to be invited to open the European Jewish Association conference here in Budapest, Jewish leading organizations which I got to know over 10 years ago when I was ambassador to the EU. Didn't have too much time to deepen our relations, but we meet here today. But anyway, in this time and age, one would have thought that people learn from history. But it is unfortunately not the case, for it continues to be a challenging time for Jewish communities in not only Europe, but also around the world. We are living through stormy days, also and coupled with the rise of anti-Semitism around the world and a threat over the possibility for Jews to continue living in their traditional ways of kosher, circumcision, etc. in Europe. It is shameful, ladies and gentlemen, that we still need to raise the awareness of anti-Semitism. The fact that in this century and in this country, I mean Hungary, Jews feel themselves as free and secure from intimidation, anti-Semitism, and from threatening their traditional way of life is unfortunately a rare case, unfortunately. Good for Hungary, bad for other countries. I would like to commend the Hungarian government. It was already mentioned, but as a foreigner, as an envoy, I would like to commend the Hungarian government's policies regarding these issues, and also thank the EJA for being active in defending the interests of the State of Israel, and making sure that the stereotypes it has in Europe is changed by presenting the true image of Israel in the media and in the political sphere here and elsewhere, and you know better than I do that in Brussels it's needed, very needed. I would like to congratulate EJA for its hard work and dedication on behalf of the Embassy and the State of Israel and the State of Israel. I'm sure that you will have a fruitful and successful conference, so enjoy it and enjoy the deliberations and the place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, a few minutes ago I spoke about pride, about our nation. But there is another nation in Europe that provides serious competition to Jewish and Israeli pride. Serious competition. A nation whose very language gave us the words that we use so frequently. Democracy, politics, and my own personal favorite, music. We are delighted and honored, therefore, to welcome to our conference a very distinguished speaker, Mr. Stavros Calafatis, the Deputy Minister of Interior for Greece.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Deputy Minister of Hungary, Mr. Small Champion, Rabbi Mihail Margolin, Chief Rabbi Shlomo Kovac, thank you very much for the very kind invitation. Your Excellency, Ambassador of Israel to Hungary, Mr. Yaakov Hadas Hadelsman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a pleasure for all of us to be at your conference. It is an honor and a joy to adopt and disseminate the central message that you are broadcasting: freedom to live, freedom from hate, freedom to prosper. And allow me to add that I'm personally, especially happy and honored for being here because of the fact that I was born in Thessaloniki, which is the capital of Macedonia in the northern part of Greece. I grew up in Thessaloniki. I'm elected in Thessaloniki. And you know that the relations between Thessaloniki, my hometown, and the Jewish community is extremely in a good condition, extremely strong. And I'm very, very proud of it. And we're getting stronger, and they're getting stronger and stronger. We're living in days of radical shifts in the world history. The course of the world, as we have known it, and even more so the course of Europe, is changing violently and dramatically. The Russian invasion in Ukraine is reviving images on our continent that we had forgotten. The energy crisis and international speculative trends are causing unprecedented revelations and serious consequences for the economies and societies of our continent. At the same time, however, we are in the era of the fourth industrial revolution and are on the road to the transition to the digital age with new opportunities and new challenges. At the same time, we're facing the ongoing climate crisis that threatens the future of the entire planet. And we are faced with the coronavirus pandemic that has deprived us of our daily lives and basic freedoms and rights in the name of protecting public health. This is why I believe that today's meeting is more timely than ever, bringing the precious commodity of freedom to the center of the debate. The defense and preservation of religious freedom, the promotion of intercultural and interreligious dialogues, the fight against anti-Semitism and extremism, and the new challenges for Jewish communities to live according to their traditions in a common future of respect, tolerance, peace, and prosperity. Unfortunately, though, anti-Semitic prejudices are still finding a place to project and spread worldwide. Anti-Semitism continues to pose a challenge to security and stability in the modern democratic European societies. In recent years, murderous anti-Semitic attacks in Paris, Brussels, Copenhagen, and elsewhere, as well as incidents of vandalism of Jewish cemeteries and Holocaust memorials, have reinforced the feeling of insecurity and fear in Jewish communities and highlighted the need for a coordinated fight against anti-Semitism at Europe and global level. Any form of anti-Semitism and incitement to hatred or violence is unacceptable and contradicts European principles and values, our common European civilization. And as European Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen pointed out, quote, anti-Semitism strikes at the very core of our values: humanism, religious freedom, equality. It is a poison for our society. It is the responsibility of all of us to fight it, to prevent it, and to eradicate it. As European citizens, we are committed to the promotion and protection of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And we must protect them we stand against all forms of discrimination and for an open and inclusive society of equality and prosperity. Combating anti-Semitism and condemning the crimes of Nazi atrocities in the Holocaust is a shared responsibility and requires joint efforts and actions at the institutional level and in civil society itself. The Holocaust is a common historical legacy of European and world history. 6 million Jews from all over Europe perished in that atrocity. And together with 50,000 of our brothers and sisters, Greek Jews, residents of Thessaloniki, were forcibly transported to the distant camps of insanity. Almost the entire Jewish community of Thessaloniki was lost among them. They horribly martyred and breathed their last breath in the Nazi concentration camps. They suffered as the testimonies of the few who returned confirm unspeakable atrocities that the human mind is unable to comprehend. And they are not forgotten, they must not be forgotten. It was an attempted annihilation of a people indelibly etched in the history of world crimes, a barbarity that was engraved in the history of Jews everywhere, but also in our history, the history of Thessaloniki, which has been for centuries the emblematic center of the largest Jewish community in the diaspora of a Sephardic Jewry. We Greeks share with our Israeli brothers the painful moments and sad events that shook humanity and were written in the darkest pages of world history. We also share the debt they left us to never again experience such moments, but also not to let the consequences of blind racial hatred, Nazism, and totalitarianism be forgotten. We also share the debt they left us. May we never again experience such moments. Sadly, today, 1 in 20 Europeans have never heard of the Holocaust, and those who survived are now too old or no longer among us to describe the horrors they experienced. Preserving their memory is an obligation for today's and future generations of Europeans. It is a debt to those who have gone and to those who are coming. And it is our decision, as Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has pledged, to complete as soon as possible, in cooperation with the Jewish community in the city of Thessaloniki, the Holocaust Museum, to create one of the greatest, the largest, the most emblematic Holocaust museums in the entire world. And that will happen in Thessaloniki. It is a duty to which we respond with respect for the past and a sense of responsibility for tomorrow, so that we keep the memory alive and to send a lasting message of teaching against intolerance and fanaticism. I conclude by expressing the commitment of all Greeks that relations between Greece and Israel are today at the best level ever. But we are seeking, and our government is playing a leading role in that, further strengthening of our ties, further upgrading of our cooperation. We are confident that the commitment is mutual, and I'm very positive that we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, and thank you to all of the speakers. We're going to move on to our next panel, so if you can make your way down the stage, I'd be extremely grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, just while our speakers are leaving, thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rev Margolin. Excellency, thank you. There is an immediate change to the program. We're going to go straight to the next item, which is actually going to be on Shechita and communities under pressure. That is not to say that the plight of the Ukrainian Jews isn't extremely important, which is why it was the first item on the agenda after the opening remarks. But unfortunately, our speaker, Rabbi Raphael Hotman, only just landed, so we will be moving that panel until tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, we start the conference proper, and the next part of the afternoon is taken up giving you guys a snapshot of some of the challenges that are facing communities across Europe. And one of the big challenges for us as communities and as a European Jewish Association is one that keeps coming back over and over again, which is the issue of kosher slaughter, or shechita as it is known to most of us. And there's a lot of misnomer going around. There's some kind of idea that somehow shechita is inherently cruel. And we wanted to talk about this because this is something that you guys are going to end up talking about. I can guarantee you, because it always pops up like the game whack-a-mole somewhere across Europe. Well, when we wanted to talk about this, we thought, well, who's a good person to talk to? And a name that we kept hearing was, you've got to get Ari Zhivotovsky. You've got to get Ari Zhivotovsky. Every time I spoke about shechita, it was, we need to get Rabbi Ari Zhivotovsky. He was hard to get, but we got him. And it is with great pleasure now that I ask to join me on stage Rabbi Ari Zhivotovsky, Professor of Neuroscience at Bar-Ilan University, who also happens to be a shochet, who's going to give you a short presentation now about some of the issues surrounding shechita and some of the issues pertaining to it. Rabbi Zhivotovsky, you're very, very welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so what I would like to talk about, if we can have the PowerPoint, please, as I would like to just give a quick introduction about shechita, because often, as we just told, we're often told that shechita is cruel, doesn't answer to animal welfare of the modern world, and that the secular world has an answer. They have an answer called stunning. So what I would pre-stunning, meaning to make the animal unconscious before the shechita, before the slaughter. What I would like to talk about briefly today is, one, what is shechita and why it is an acceptable method of slaughter of animals. I'm not here to argue it's the best method. I don't think that we should argue it's the best method. I think we want to argue it's an acceptable method. Two, I want to talk about what they call stunning. What is stunning? Why do they advocate it, and why do we not advocate it? And three, a little bit about the challenges to shechita today. So if we could have the PowerPoint, okay. So, and I'm going to approach it not from a legal aspect. I'm not a lawyer. I've written, for example, to the court in Belgium. I did write a brief, but I write only about the scientific aspects. And that's what I'd like to talk about, the scientific and the Jewish legal aspects. So first of all, as I'm sure most of you are aware, it's in the news all the time. We have over here when the Belgium court upheld the ban at the end of last year. And here is just one statement of many of how this affects Jewish life in Europe. Well, according to the World Jewish Congress President Ronald Lauder, by prohibiting religious slaughter without stunning, which essentially means prohibiting religious slaughter, the Court of Justice has placed a potentially terminal obstacle to continued Jewish communal life in Europe. Of course, and then many of you are aware of this article that appeared in the London Jewish Chronicle last week. And I think this gives an excellent example of why it's so important to be careful what we as Jews write about Jewish slaughter. This was written in an attempt to say that what the court did was wrong and why shechita should not be banned. But in the course of doing so, here's what the two authors wrote. The gold standard of humane slaughtering is the requirement the beast be stunned and rendered insensate before the animal is killed. Meaning, these advocates of shechita are claiming that the gold standard is to stun the animal before. And then they go on and they say, when kosher slaughtering is performed correctly, the animal suffers a great deal, more than would be the case if it was stunned. these two statements, written by supposed advocates of Shrita, are simply inaccurate and are going to do more harm than good. As Shimon Cohen of Shrita UK wrote the following week in the London Jewish Chronicle, meaning this week, he said, foul and wireless, damaging ignorance on these facts, etc. Meaning that when we as Jews, in whatever community we're in, write in the defense of Shrita, it's crucial that we get the facts correct, and here the facts are horribly incorrect. And this, of course, is this week the example of where actually Shrita, if you want to say, won, or the attempt to ban Shrita failed. And what's very important to understand in this case is that it took place a lot thanks to the chief rabbi in Belgium, Rabbi Gigi, who did the legwork, really. He met with legislator after legislator and explained to them the facts. Why Shrita is an acceptable method, why Shrita is a good method of animal slaughter. And I think we're going to hear more about this later. I have here, it's very nice of the United States government to put this together for us. The United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. This is from October 2020, but I think nothing has changed since then. It's a list of those countries that don't require stunning, that require post-cut stunning, concurrent sedation, and pre-cut stunning. A pre-cut stunning requirement essentially means a ban on Shrita. And two quotes from the decision of the European Court, which we're going to approach in a minute. One is, the court claimed that the ban on slaughter without stunning, however, responds to a pressing social need and is proportionate to the legitimate objective pursuit of promoting animal welfare. Meaning the court is claiming that by mandating stunning, it's promoting animal welfare. It's good for animal welfare. And two, they are claiming that the possibility of reversible stunning during ritual slaughter cannot be interpreted as prescribing how a religious rite is to be performed, and we're going to see that that is wholly inaccurate as well. Okay, so what is Shrita? It's very important we understand what Shrita, what kosher slaughter is, in order to understand why it's a legitimate means of killing animals. First of all, it severs the primary vessels in the neck. It must be done in a continuous cutting motion, and this is crucial, and the next requirement is something wherein kosher slaughter differs from all other methods of slaughter, non-kosher, halal, etc., and that's that it must be done using an exquisitely sharp and absolutely smooth knife. The knife is checked before and after every animal is slaughtered. It must be extremely sharp so that it makes the cut as fast as possible, and it must be smooth. Smooth meaning there are no nicks in the knife, meaning it doesn't tear the skin, it doesn't tear the vessels, it cuts through them in a smooth, slicing manner. A post-mortem must be done on every animal to ascertain the animal was healthy at the time of slaughter, meaning anything that causes any physical injury or damage to the animal renders it not kosher. It's what we call a treifa. And that's one of the reasons why the various methods of stunning are problematic. And finally, unlike every other method of slaughter, the practitioner, the one who's doing the slaughter, what we call the shochet, is a highly trained, respected, and decently compensated member of the Jewish community. It's not a low-paid job. It's somebody who has had years of training, knows how to sharpen the knife themselves, knows how to check the knife, knows how to check that the animal was healthy, does the post-mortem. And here's just an example of what the knives look like, and how the shochet checks the knife with his fingernail, which he does before and after every slaughter. How is the slaughter carried out? Well, the cut is made, as I said, with a smooth, sharp knife, such that the cut itself causes minimal pain. When you get a cut with a razor, you very often don't feel the cut itself. Now, right after you get the cut, you feel a lot of pain. But why is it that you feel the pain right after the cut? It's because the pain receptors are now exposed, and when the two edges of the cut rub together, you get sensation on these pain receptors. You get stimulus of the pain receptors, and you feel pain. In the slaughter process, what happens is you cut the neck, and the neck opens wide, and there's nothing touching those pain receptors, and thus there's no pain from the cut. What you might have is that, as I said, so that open wounds do not touch, minimizing the pain. What you have next is the period of blood loss, the exsanguination. Exsanguination is considered a very painless or minimal pain method of dying. A human being who is dying due to exsanguination, I don't know, someone in a car accident who doesn't have other form of pain, but they're bleeding out from a severed femoral artery, well, they're going to suffer because of the knowledge that they're dying. As the blood comes out, there's no pain. And as they lose consciousness due to the exsanguination, there's no pain. What there is suffering due to the knowledge that they're bleeding out. A cow is usually assumed not to have conscious awareness of the impending death. And finally, how long does it usually take? What's the time to loss of consciousness? Well, there's an immediate drop in blood pressure. You sever the major vessels of the neck. The blood pressure and blood flow to the brain drops precipitously and almost immediately. Loss of consciousness in sheep and goats is less than 10 seconds. Those who challenge Shechita will admit to that as well. And that's why in some places, for example, Australia, they don't have any restrictions on how Jews do slaughter of sheep and goat. In cattle, it could take slightly longer. Statistics will give you anywhere between 20 to 30 seconds. And that's why it's the slaughter of cattle where you have more of a challenge. However, this is important as well, subsequent convulsions might continue long after. The animal has lost consciousness, the brain is not functioning, there's no sensation of anything, but you can see muscles twitching for minutes later. You can see pieces of meat hanging in a freezer and muscles will still be twitching. That's not a sign of any pain, of any consciousness, of anything to do with the animal. It simply means that some of the muscle cells are alive. The animal itself is not alive. Some of the muscle cells may be alive. Because I see time running out, I'm going to skip. There have been some fascinating studies done by Temple Grandin, an animal scientist in America, as well as one of her leading students, Erica Vaught, in terms of how long it takes for animals to lose consciousness. And what's fascinating is the religious codes. The code of Jewish law was aware that sometimes an animal will take time to lose consciousness. And therefore, in the code of law, it says if the animal takes too long to lose consciousness, you should smack it on the head. You should make sure that it dies rapidly, meaning within the code of law, you have an attention to animal welfare. We have the method of slaughter, which the codes of law tell us was designed to minimize the animal pain and suffering. And within that code of law, you have built in that if the animal appears to be suffering, do something to minimize that suffering. Meaning when legislators in various countries accuse the religious Jews of not being sensitive to animal welfare, it's important to point out that we were thousands of years ahead of them in terms of legislating animal welfare. If anybody's interested in the physiology, the process of the animal dying, there's a fascinating paper that appeared in the Veterinary Record by a Jewish cardiologist from UK. How are animals stunned? When they want to impose on Jewish slaughter stunning, what do they mean by stunning? Well, there are 4 methods. We're not going to go into the gory detail, but there's what's called penetrating captive bolt. It means basically putting a bullet through the skull into the brain. It's not really a method of stunning, it's a method of killing the animal. There's non-penetrating captive bolt, which is really hitting the animal on the head with a sledgehammer. There's electrical stunning, which means putting electrodes on the side of the head and electrocuting the animal. And then there's gas stunning. And what's interesting, there was a new method recently proposed. In Australia, the Australian government has invested millions of dollars in developing this new method that was recently suggested to the Jewish community in Europe. It's called diathermic syncope. And first of all, what bothered me a little bit is that some of the rabbis in Australia, in Europe, and even in Israel, even were considering the system. And it bothered me for 2 reasons. One is they were considering the system without having looked into the science behind it, without understanding what was really happening. And 2, it bothered me because our argument has always been that our method is an acceptable method. We're not looking for changes. We're not looking for ways to make it better. We are looking for ways to make better animal welfare and everything around the slaughter, meaning if you have better methods of animal transport, better methods of animal restraint, we're willing to talk. But in the slaughter process itself, we're not looking for changes. diathermic syncope, essentially what they wanted to argue is just like everybody knows, if you're out in the sun too long, you can get heat stroke and faint. And the fainting, of course, is painless. And what they wanted to argue is that just like we faint from too much heat, if they could cause the cow to faint, that would be a painless, simple method of quote-unquote stunning the animal. Unfortunately, it's a total misrepresentation. Why does a person faint or an animal faint when there's too much heat? What's called hyperthermic syncope. Syncope is fainting, hyper is too much, thermic is heat. Why does a person faint from hyperthermic syncope? Because when your whole body overheats, the body wants to lower the temperature. It does this by expanding the blood vessels in the extremities. More blood flows to the extremities, and the heat can be dissipated. When too much blood is flowing to the extremities, you have less blood in the brain, and the person faints. The body is trying to preserve and lower the temperature in the brain. What is this brilliant system designed by the Australians do? Nothing to do with warming the body. They microwave the cow's brain. They simply take a microwave, put it over the cow's brain, heat up the brain until the animal essentially goes into a seizure, and they say, look, we've now made the animal faint. It has nothing to do with fainting. It has nothing to do with hypothermia. It's simply a microwaving of the animal's brain. It would not be acceptable for kosher slaughter, and I cannot fathom why it's acceptable for non-kosher slaughter. Just important to keep in mind, the arguments to mandate that we stun animals have been going on for hundreds of years. Aberdeen, Scotland had a lawsuit in 1888. Switzerland banned without stunning in the 1800s. One of the greatest defenses of Shrita was by who later became chief rabbi of Israel, Rabbi Herzog, in the Irish Parliament in the 1920s. So it goes way back, where they've argued that their methods of stunning are superior to our method of kosher slaughter. But look how they've been stunning. There's medieval, there's 18th century, and here's Berlin, Germany, the center of culture. 1903, this is how they were stunning and what they wanted us to introduce instead of our method of slaughter. Which makes one wonder what future generations will have to say about our quote-unquote sophisticated state-of-the-art methods of stunning. And just to point out, non-concussive stunning was already recommended in the Jerusalem temple 1900 years ago, and back then the rabbis banned it as well. This is what stunning looks like in a cow slaughterhouse. I see that we're running out of time, so I'll just mention very quickly a fascinating study that we did. What is electrical stunning? Electrical stunning of cows is essentially what doctors use. Electroconvulsive therapy that's used for intractable depression is essentially stunning. And so while usually in the sciences, where I come from biology, from neuroscience, we do experiments on animals to understand what would happen in humans, here we have an example of an experiment that was done on humans to understand how the animals are sensing. The experiment essentially was that for 50 years, electrical convulsive therapy was done in psychiatric hospitals. And it today is considered torture. Why is electroconvulsive therapy torture? Because you often get what's called sub-threshold convulsions. And that's in a hospital setting with a compliant patient with a well-trained medical staff. And what they're trying to do is to now do essentially ECT, electroconvulsive therapy, on cows in a dirty slaughterhouse with untrained staff, with an uncooperative cow. The chances of it succeeding are pretty slim. And we're going to skip the details. If anybody wants more details, you can see a paper that we wrote in a journal called Meat Science, where essentially we looked at human electroconvulsive therapy and stunning of animals. So why do they stun? Why do they want to impose stunning? Why do they do stunning? Well, part of it has to do simply with business. When you stun cows before you slaughter them, you could do about 385 animals per hour. In a good kosher slaughterhouse, with a restraint box, you could do about 85. And with the ancient method of shackling and hoisting, which is today illegal in Europe, you could maybe do 100. Meaning, and the same thing, by the way, is true with chicken as well. When you stun them, you get a lot more output. Okay, the last point that I want to make has to do with labeling. Labeling is something that keeps coming up. They say, okay, you could do your method of slaughter, you could do shchita, but we want to label the meat that the consumer should know that this animal was slaughtered without pre-stunning. First of all, it's a little bit can be off the table because the EU recently had a funded study where they looked at if the consumers are interested in knowing this information, and by an overwhelming majority, the consumers want to go to McDonald's and buy their burger and don't want to know that it used to be a cow and how it went from being a cow to a burger. But what we've argued is, if you want to label, you should label fully and with full disclosure. Meaning, yes, you could say, like I wrote on the bottom, slitting the throat of the animal without stunning. But please tell them what you did for the other cows. Tell them that you smashed the skull, you electrocuted, etc. Okay, so the two quotes that we began with: no, if you have if you have stunning, it doesn't really improve the animal welfare. And two, if you insist on stunning, it is indeed telling us how we should do our religious rite. And so let's just go through. I just want to say Shrita is an acceptable method. My claim is not that from an animal perspective, Shrita is the only acceptable method. I'm willing to let them do however they want, but that it's important that we recognize and explain to the legislators and the courts that Shrita is an acceptable method from an animal welfare perspective. So I think we'll stop at that.
Thank you, Rabbi. And there's a reason, ladies and gentlemen, we did this panel fairly early in the afternoon, not before the gala dinner. But
well,
no,
do you have a vegetarian option now?
We do.
Okay.
We do have a vegetarian option.
By the way, talking about a vegetarian option, the former president of the United States Jewish Vegetarian Society, who is a huge advocate, he writes every other day in the Jerusalem Post now, he also says, if you're going to argue that Shrita is a problematic method from an animal welfare perspective, then you should advocate for banning all slaughter. But he says, despite him being a vegetarian, he says he would gladly come to defend Shrita in any forum, because compared to any other method, it's at least as good.
Thanks, Rabbi. I've just got a question, and then would love to hear from anyone in the audience. We have a few minutes before we start our next panel. The question is, in a general sense, how did we get here? I mean, you outlined some of the barbaric practices that go on. I've read reports from EU people, a Swedish lady who actually left her job in the veterinary service of the EU, appalled by what she was seeing going on in slaughterhouses up and down Europe with literally millions of animals every day. So how did we get to this stage where somehow we're the ones who are barbaric and what goes on in a slaughterhouse is somehow acceptable? It seems to me, and you said you're a shochet, I've met a few shochetim in my time, and I'm talking by and large some of the most gentle, kind people I've ever met in my life. These are not people with a bloodlust or people that get up in the morning and go, yeah, let's go kill animals. So how did we get to this stage?
Okay, I'll start with the end first. I agree with you. I've been to many slaughterhouses. I've never worked professionally as a shochet, but the slaughters that you meet, the shochtim, are usually among the most gentle and caring people that you'll meet. How did we get here? Well, I like to talk about, like I said, the religious aspect and the scientific aspect. I'm not a historian and not a sociologist, but having been involved in this and having participated in several EU-funded projects on what they call ritual slaughter, I think there are a few ways that we got here. One, I think, is lack of information, meaning I think most Jews and most people don't really know what goes into slaughter, don't know what goes into kosher slaughter. And therefore, it's very easy for a few marginal animal welfare people to come and convince legislators that they should ban this form of slaughter or that form of slaughter. So I think part of it is lack of information. And I think that's why it's very important that the EJE is having this panel and has other methods of informing people of what shechita really is and what goes on in a slaughterhouse. I think part of it is, as others have pointed out, is xenophobia. And it's not only aimed at Jews and anti-Semitism. I think part of it has to do with the influx of Muslims to Europe today, and that it's a way of maybe trying to control or to limit the number of people coming in. And part of it is, I think, just good old-fashioned anti-Semitism. Look, the oldest countries that have banned Shrita are Switzerland, which I mentioned from the 1880s, and Sweden. Sweden banned it in the footsteps of the Nazis, meaning Germany banned it in 1933, just months after the Nazis came to power, and Sweden soon thereafter, but as a consequence of Nazi influence. So it wasn't animal welfare, it was the Nazis, and it's just still on the books today, and they claim it has to do with animal welfare.
Thanks, Rabbi. Any interventions from the floor? James, please.
James Marwood, National Jewish Assembly from the UK. Just when you sat down, you raised a point for me to quote, they should advocate to ban all slaughter. Now, some people would say that's exactly what we want, especially those on the left campaigning for the ban of all slaughter. How would you respond to those who say, yes, we want it banned completely?
Yeah, I don't think that's a real concern, meaning, like you said, it's a fringe on the far left. There are vegetarians. Israel actually has one of the highest percentage of vegetarians and vegans. It's fascinating. Israel has one of the highest, I think we're number 10 in the world in consumption of red meat per capita, and we're, I think, number 2 or 3 in the world in number of vegetarians and vegans per capita. But I think it's just a fringe minority who would want to ban all slaughter. I don't think that's really what we as a Jewish community have to be concerned with. I think all I'm saying is what we would say in Hebrew, lishitoscha. For you, according to you, those of you who want to ban shrita and not other forms of slaughter, you're being inconsistent. But I don't think most of them really want to ban all forms of slaughter. I think that that's really a fringe minority. I think the overwhelming majority of the European population wants to continue eating their steaks and their hamburgers. So I don't think that's a concern that we face as a community.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you, James. We've got time for one more. Well, two more interventions. I'll go to Chief Rabbi Jacobs, and then okay, Chief Rabbi Jacobs, please.
Just a very interesting remark about something happened in Holland when they tried to fight Shrita. The report and the research they used claimed that Shrita is not good for the animal suffering. But the same research said, clearly written, that the most human way of Shrita, of slaughter from chicken, is the Jewish way. Right. So nobody in the parliament came with the idea that perhaps we should also forbid any way of slaughtering, and for chicken only the Jewish kosher way. So it shows how contradiction the whole Indian is.
Well, I didn't want to get into the details of the research, but the research they often quote, they quote it in Holland and elsewhere, is a series of 4 or 5 studies that were done in New Zealand. And it's an example of exceedingly poor science. Meaning they quote these studies where they claim that these studies show that shrita of cows is not humane, and yet they weren't really doing shrita of cows. They didn't use a sharp and a smooth knife. They didn't have a good control. It's, I don't want to go into all the details, but it's extremely poor science that was done.
Sir.
Right, so I prefer just to talk about our method, not the Muslim method. Often in Europe, the Jewish community is forced to, or it benefits from working with the Muslim community, because many of the bans would affect us and the Muslim community. But the methods differ in many ways. So first of all, as I mentioned, the knife requirement, they don't have any such requirement. We require a very smooth and sharp knife. They don't have that requirement. We require a highly trained individual. They don't have that requirement. But again, I don't want to say their method is good or not good. Often it's beneficial to us to work with the Muslim community, but I think that it's important that we defend our method and stick to defending our method and let them defend their method.
Rabbi Zhivotovsky, I would encourage everyone, while the rabbi is here, if you have any questions on this subject, to engage with him. He's an absolutely fascinating person working in a field which is increasingly becoming more and more important for us as Jewish communities, because it keeps coming up in parliaments across the land. Please put your hands together for Rabbi Ari Zhivotovsky. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And again, if anybody has questions, I'm here all day. So it's...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to now hand over to my dear and esteemed colleague, Mr. Michel Gourari, who's going to be talking and running the next panel with Jewish leaders dealing specifically with some of the issues that are affecting us. But I'd like us just to run a short video on anti-Semitism so we're aware of what it is exactly our communities are up against. Thank you.
Anti-Semitism, Jew hatred. Does it ever stop? We know the latest statistics from the FBI. The numbers are higher than ever.
Of April 4th, 2017. Our neighbor, Kubili Traore, a man convicted several times for violence and trafficking, entered the apartment that shares a balcony with Alini's own flat. He crossed over from one side of the balcony to the elderly woman's side and broke into her apartment. Traore hit her repeatedly, some 20 minutes. The victim's screams and the killer's own shouting woke up many neighbors. Traore shouted Allahu Akbar and called his victim Satan or Shaitan.
Anti-Semitism and incitement against Jews intensified rapidly, leading us to concentration camps. Thus began the Holocaust. The Holocaust is over. A shocked world pledged never again. But sadly, it doesn't end. It doesn't stop.
Armed guards have been posted at synagogues.
We deal with this hate all over the world.
Freeing many hostages.
65-year-old Orthodox Jew was savagely murdered.
Day to day, week to week, month to month.
Breaking news. At this hour, police are on the scene of a deadly shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue.
It is less than 1 month before the International Holocaust Memorial Day on the 27th of January. And it is so sad to see in Brussels today a graffiti that compared the Jews and the Nazis. It is not by mistake.
Rabbi in Crown Heights is attacked in the streets. The perpetrator says to him, "The Nazis should have killed you Jews." The rabbi ends up in the hospital. Serious injuries. A Jew.
Excellencies, it's up to us Anti-Semitism starts with Jews, but it hurts everyone and infects everything. Together, we are able to stop it. Today, we are here to make a decision to transform our statements from words into action, to serve as an example to the world that we will really do everything we can to stop anti-Semitism. And this will only happen thanks to you.
Thank you. Now for the second panel of Jewish leaders, we will discuss all the challenges that we have to face, not only the ban on the Shrita, ban on circumcision, combating anti-Semitism, and fostering Jewish life in all sense. So I would like to call upon the first panelist. We will divide the panel in two parts. And we will have also in between a discussion with Minister of Diaspora, Nachman Shai. So for the first panel, I will call upon our experienced Jewish leaders. Gary Mond, please. Ellen Van Praag, please. Riccardo Pacifici, please. Dr. Leah Flo, please. Philip Scharf. Our first speaker, who will introduce what are maybe an overview of many of the challenges that we have to cope with. I will call upon the stage a parliamentary fighter for freedom of religion, for freedom from hate, member of the Belgian Federal Parliament, member Michael Freilich, please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, dear friends. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, the EJA, for organizing and hosting us today, an important conference and an important city that we're in. The video we just saw about anti-Semitism in Europe, I must say it really struck a chord because I started to count how many of the clips were from my country, Belgium, or from the country right next door, Holland. I stopped by 10. And here we are in Hungary, a country where Jews, we've just heard it, have received an overwhelmingly broad and open reception. A government that is supporting Israel in all of its rights, in all of its fights, where anti-Semitism is non-existent. Yet in Europe, in the European Union, Hungary is criticized all the more for internal political reasons. I think that gives us pause and makes us think who really our friends are and who we can rely on. How come that the only country that stands for the Jewish people on every single aspect that matters for us is also the country that gets criticized the most? I mean, anti-Semitism has never held any logic. But what we see now, dear friends, is that sometimes the anti-Semitism or hatred of Jews and hatred of Israel affects those that defend the Jewish people. Now, I am in a quite unique position in this sense that I used to be part of the Jewish leadership, as they call it, but today I'm an MP. I'm a politician, I make the laws. So I see both sides of the story. As a religious member of parliament, as someone who sends his kids to Jewish schools, on one hand, and on the other hand, sitting in parliament where the laws are made and debated, and I can see how legislation is created from a small seed into a proper tree, into a law that then gets publicized, debated, and then gets voted on and has an effect on each and every single one of us. Now, the Jewish community in Europe, besides the regular issues that we all care about, such as inflation and the price we pay when we go to fill up our cars, and will we have a job, I think that we have 5 fundamental issues where we look at and we say, is the government looking over us for these 5 points? And they are: 1, the fight against anti-Semitism, pure, plain and simple. The hatred of Jews, either online or on the streets, physical attacks. A second aspect is the protection, the physical protection of the Jewish community. And I must say that Belgium is, on that aspect, when it comes to the protection, one of the best players in Europe. All of the Jewish schools, all of the synagogues, over the last 4 years have received millions of euros of funding from the government in order to upgrade their security. I'm also glad to say that the minister that allowed it was a member of my party, but that's politics aside. And yes, I feel safer when I go bring my little son, Jonathan, who's 5 years old, to school, then I am happy to know that there's bulletproof glass. I'm glad to know that the doors of the school are as thick as armor and the same as we have in our banks. And some people say, well, isn't this ridiculous? I say, well, you might call it ridiculous, but I do feel safer when I bring him to school, because we have to realize that the danger is here. So that is the second aspect. The third aspect is making sure that Jewish life can evolve, can grow, and receives the necessary subsidies to do so, whether it's for Jewish schools, institutions, cultural, synagogue. We have a beautiful synagogue in Antwerp. If you come to visit it, it's opening officially on Sunday. The government gave a grant, close to 5 million euros. So there is the aspect of which government listens to the needs of the Jewish community, and is the government there for us? Another aspect is, of course, the position vis-à-vis Israel. And that is a tricky one, because there is no uniform view when it comes to the European Union on how Israel is viewed. You have some countries that are pro-Israel, you have some countries that are less pro-Israel, let me call it that way, and you have some countries that are neutral. And the fifth aspect is freedom of religion. One of the issues that we just talked about, and I'm glad that in the next few days we'll be able to continue the discussion. When I came into Parliament 3 years ago, Belgium had already enacted laws in the regions of Wallonia and in Flanders, Wallonia first, Flanders second, to ban Schrieten. The vote that we had last week was in the third and last region of Brussels. In that region, it did not pass. So when I came into Parliament, those laws had already passed, and I said, I want to make sure that the fiasco that happened here will not happen again when it comes to the other important thing, more important even than eating kosher, namely Brit Milah. Because yes, we can import meat from other countries, and this was actually one of the points that the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg said, that they take the entire view into consideration, and they say that the Jewish community in any country, even though there is restrictions at the moment, such as the banning of Schrieten in their country, will always be able to import either from within other European countries, or from Argentina, or from Israel. But when it comes to circumcision, you can't import that. The only option is to export yourself. And as a joke, I met the German ambassador recently, and I told him, you know, the only country that has a law on the books explicitly stating that circumcision will always and should always be allowed if it's done for religious reasons and under the proper medical and hygienic conditions is Germany. So I told him, as a joke, the moment and the day they start banning this in my country, will you allow us to bring our children to your embassy, which is neutral ground, whereby we can do the Brit Milah in German territory, which is absurd. And yes, dear friends, I must tell you there is the first steps being undertaken in various European countries to ban the procedure of bris milah. And they don't say we want to ban it, they say we want to push it off till 18 years, let the child decide. So those are the first fruits that are starting to grow, and I can tell you that it's a daily and a weekly struggle, and it will take me too far to explain everything I've done, but it's a struggle that is continuing on a day-to-day basis. One of the important things we must remember as well, because it's not a black and white situation, it's not anti-Semitism that has made Schite. The Jewish community, for those who don't know, is a tiny percentage of Europe. European Jews make up 0.1% of the population of Europe. That is 50 times less than the Muslim populations. 50 times, that's 5%, close to 5% Muslims in the European Union. And all of the debates, you know, people tell me, Brussels, last week, Friday, we won the vote. We didn't win the vote. And yes, Rav Gigi did what he could, and he worked hard. But at the end of the day, the parliament, the Brussels parliament, has lots of Muslims in the parliament, much more than Jews. And it was also the extreme left parties that cater to the Muslims who saved us. The person who even went against his own party, Fuad Aidar, and received repercussions afterwards, well, I can tell you, he defended us, but the same person is the biggest bigot when it comes to Israel. When it comes to Israel, he's there shouting against Israel, yet he's defending us on bris milah. How do we feel about that? So, yes, the Muslims saved it, but I think it's also fair to say that it's thanks to the Muslims, or unfortunately, due to the way the Muslims slaughtered today, that we have come in this situation. And we've heard discussions about the Jewish Schite, but I can tell you from within Parliament that the Jewish voice was not heard enough. One of the proposals that I had was, let's make the Muslims shecht halal on a kosher way. Because what we've heard here and the amazing stories about how the knife has to be sharp, that is the way we need to explain it. But that is today not what is happening in slaughterhouses. And for those of you who have been or have talked to people, unfortunately, there is a lot of what we call in Hebrew tzar ba'al-chayim. So I think that in this case, we should extend a hand to the Muslims and make sure that they do their halal slaughter on a kosher way. But let's not forget the issue as well at hand. It's a complex situation. It's not just hatred of Jews. It's not just anti-Semitism. It's a lot of things together. These are nuanced debates. A lot of my own colleagues are absolutely against the fact that we have Schite the way we do it. Yet these people are not anti-Semites. I know them, I see them, they come to the Holocaust memorials. They just don't realize the entire breadth of the story. They don't see the nuances. And the Jewish community is so tiny, 0.1%. So if you're going to have 100 animals that are slaughtered, and 2 of them are kosher, well, that's not important. We're talking about the bulk of the story. So let me hold it by these words. I'm looking forward to, in the next few days, take your questions and go further in debate on this issue. But know this, the Jewish community is strong. Why? Because we are united. We are ba'achdus. And only when we work together, when we have one message from within the European Union and also the United Kingdom, all the same message, standing on the same line, that is how we will be able to fight, that we show that we are not divided. And I think seeing here today the many people from the different countries makes me hopeful that we are on the right track to win. Yes, these are difficult days, but no, we don't give up, and we will only come out stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member of Parliament Freilich. By the way, the first Jewish Orthodox parliamentarian to make such a fight. Thank you, we really appreciate it. We will, as you see in the program, we have several topics, hot topics, what we called, from our conversation with Jewish leaders. 3 of those topics we will try to cover now, and the 2 others, education and MP Campus, with our young Jewish leaders who are also together with us in the second part of this panel. So to start with the 3 of those main issues, who are community preservation, combating anti-Semitism, and building for the future. I will ask first, Gary, please. Maybe you can take the mic from here if you want. Yes. So Gary is our new partner from the National Jewish Assembly, a new organization, grassroots organization from the United Kingdom. Please, Gary.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly? Is that better? Yes, that seems much better. Can I please begin by thanking you all so very much for making the National Jewish Assembly welcome.
Hello.
Is this working now? Yes, it's. I've got a bit of a cold, so my voice isn't carrying very far, I'm afraid. But I'd like to begin by thanking Rabbi Margolin and everyone at the European Jewish Association for making my organization, my new organization, which is only 8 weeks old, so very welcome here. Thank you, Rabbi Margolin, and everyone. And I very much enjoyed listening to the previous speaker, and agreed with 98% of what he had to say. But I'm going to begin my remarks with disagreeing with the final 2% of what he had to say. He said that our community is strong because it's united. I can only speak for the United Kingdom, and I can tell you loud and clear, it is not united. I can tell you loud and clear that, like the European Jewish Association, my organization believes in 3 principal areas of Jewish life and Jewish work which we have to support, which is namely promoting Jewish life, which we've been hearing about, supporting the State of Israel, and fighting anti-Semitism. I want to inform you that yesterday, at a meeting of one of the premier Jewish organizations, much of the time was taken not in discussing those 3 issues, but in discussing the issue of whether that organization should be putting pressure on our Home Secretary, Priti Patel, over the question of sending immigrants to Rwanda. Unless we can unite on the issues that are important to the Jewish community, we will not succeed. So I want to just say those 3 issues are very, very key to us, and my organization is focusing on them. With promoting Jewish life, it means obviously supporting Brit Milah and Shechita. It means supporting Jewish schools. It means supporting Jewish Chadarim, which is the Sunday schools for Jewish children who do not go to Jewish schools. And generally all means of supporting us at the festivals and every other aspect of Jewish life. Secondly, it means supporting the State of Israel. What does that mean? It doesn't mean we get involved in debates on whether we approve or disapprove of a 2-state solution. It means we promote Israel as widely and as positively as we can to our non-Jewish friends throughout the UK and throughout Europe, and we fight the boycott the BDS movement. And thirdly, the last area is, of course, fighting anti-Semitism. And we also have to accept that anti-Semitism tends to be in 3 forms. There's anti-Semitism that is emanating from the far right, of which we're all very familiar. There's anti-Semitism from the socialist far left. And I'm sorry to have to say, and this is the elephant in the room that lots of people don't like talking about, but there is Islamist anti-Semitism emanating from the extreme aspects of fundamental Islam. And we have to deal with all 3. But the most important thing for the future, which is what I was asked to speak about, is we must be united. I think that for leaders, a good leader is one that's capable of ascertaining what are the wishes and the desires of his or her community and acting accordingly. If you know that 90%, 95% of your community support a certain line of action, you must pursue it. But if you see that only 40% support it, you don't pursue it, irrespective of what your personal views are. That is what is wrong
with certain organisations in the United Kingdom. I can't comment on the situation elsewhere in Europe, but I'm sure maybe others can. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. And really, as I saw from what you are doing, even as a new organization, you are really thriving and fostering Jewish life and also the support of Israel, combating anti-Semitism, who are also the pillars of our action at European Jewish Association. So if we are speaking about the European Jewish Association, we have here a very distinguished board member, advisory board member of the European Jewish Association, also the president of the Intra-Provincial Chief Rabbinate in the Netherlands, Ellen van Praag, please.
Thank you very
5
much.
minutes.
Thank you very much. I hope you can understand me. First of all, I can't give you any solutions because I don't have them. But we can... Oh, okay. Sorry, didn't work. I can't give you big solutions because I don't have them. I can only hope to help you find your own solutions. We can start big and talk to governments, but you can also start very small and start talking to your own municipality. Like where I come from Holland, I talk to the mayors of, for instance, Utrecht, my hometown, and Eindhoven. And last month, we went together to Montenegro, where we talked to the Prime Minister, but most importantly, also to the mayor of Podgorica. And why talk to your mayor? He can help you, and he will help you because they feel responsible for the people of their own towns. You can't have the influx, if you want to address all the problems. You don't have those tools. But together with the government, or in my way, with the municipalities, the police of the municipalities, you can address your problems, and they will help you. They will help you to guard your synagogue. They will help you to guard your cemetery. And they are very understanding. To give you a small example, for instance, when there was on Yom Kippur, I think it was 2 years ago in Halle, there was the attack on the synagogue. Well, naturally, we don't take calls on such a day. So the police came to my synagogue and they rang and they were instructed by our mayor to guard us and to inform us about the guards that were at our synagogue and why they were at our synagogue. And those things you can address. You can do it in your own town, but try to do it because it's very, very important. And in such a way, you can reach out. You can help your fellow communities. You can help your fellow countrymen. Do it, because it helps. It makes your life a little bit easier. And they may even fund you, like in our town in Utrecht. We were funded by the municipality for security measures. That's a very small scale. Although Utrecht may be the 4th city in Holland, it's still a very small community. But we are being helped by our municipality, by our mayor. I can talk about a lot of other things, because like in Montenegro, where we were, it was incredible. In all of Western Europe, we experience a lot of anti-Semitism in any form. We came together, Ricardo and I, and Alex and Margolin. Where is he? Rabbi Margolin. We went to Podgorica and we talked to the mayor. And you have no idea what a warm bath we came into. The way we were received and with an openness and a feeling of being welcome and never ever having any feeling of anti-Semitism whatsoever. The Prime Minister is a Muslim. The mayor he was a Muslim as well, I think. No, he was a Croatian. Servocracy church. Anyway, in Montenegro, all the communities work together, and it's a wonderful experience. Try to get the lesson from this, that you can achieve your own strength, live on your strength, and act like it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now from Netherlands, we will go directly to Belgium, to Antwerp. So I'm delighted to invite you, Philip Scharf, who is the Vice President of one of our leading partners at European Jewish Association, the Forum of Jewish Organization in Antwerp and Vlaanderen. Philip, please.
Thank you very much for hosting this conference. It's a real privilege to be at the European Jewish Association today with people from all of Europe. I've listened very carefully to all my predecessors, what interesting insights they had to say, and it's difficult to react on all of them, of course, but I would like just to touch upon one insight that really struck me at the beginning of the conference, where the chief rabbi, Shlomo Kovetch, quoted Rabbi Steinsaltz, who spoke about the lack of interest being a very important threat to Jewish life, and his answer thereto, which is to create the interest. And I think that is a very important theme that we should all keep in mind in our respective roles, in our respective communities. And I think it is directed not only to the fostering of Jewish life within our communities, but also, I would take it a step further, if I may, to use this in our interaction with the outside world, outside of the Jewish community, our interaction, be it with governments, administrations, neighbors, etc. As we have seen in the presentation, quite a few images from the Netherlands, but also from Belgium. We were talking about it, Ellen, just a few moments before we entered the stage here. One would be mistaken to think that the situation is so bad in, at least I can speak for Belgium. I assume that as well as Holland, I hear Ellen saying. But we do have a very diverse community in Belgium. We have the north, I'm from Antwerp, we have a very Orthodox and very visible Orthodox community. We have a more secular community, Jewish community in Brussels. And in all its diversity and all its differences, I think there is a certain cohesion, I think, within the Jewish communities. And we should work, of course, to an ever bigger unity. And I think one of the central messages, and I think the value of this conference, why are we here today? What's the added value of being here from all corners of Europe, sharing our experiences in our respective countries, and the many important elements in, I'm sure, every country. I think it is to learn from one another. And as we are all Jewish leaders in our respective communities, the way that we can have maximum impact on our surroundings, on our Jewish communities, is, of course, to have this strong interaction with, I would say, on the first level, with the politicians, because they are the ones that can the most easily move the policies into the directions. As we just heard, it might have an interest to have interaction with the local government. The legislations are usually done more on regional level and on the federal level, as we have a very complicated state structure in Belgium. We, of course, in Belgium, from the Forum of Jewish Organizations, we've been very active in all of that. We have many, many fights to be fought on a daily basis, and we try to be helpful on all of that. I think the most important thing is to be relentless, see with a dedicated team as maximum as possible as politicians, but not do so, I would say, only on specific items that are already in the headlines, but to do so continuously, just by meeting them. And that is the real key, which we see with some people we met 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. By having met these people in a more general way even, we are able to come back and to foster and advance our causes. I think this is an important element of the strategy that we should foster. All of us will have setbacks, and we'll have some successes. I think it is important that these successes be shared between us. Why is that important? Because sooner or later, most of us here will face the same issues. Because our communities are very different and also so diverse, and because of the political situation in every single of our countries, none is the same. But the themes that will be recurring will be the same. It will be very useful for us to use the experiences of those that have been successful in certain areas or certain fields in order to have these as precedents and use these in our interaction with the governments, be it locally, regionally, federally, or whatever, or with administrations, and to use that. So I would very much encourage all of us really here during these 2 days that we are here together to share those successes, to try to formalize, whenever we have a success, to try to formalize them as much as possible. And maybe we can have some kind of mechanism after the conference, maybe just as an idea, to have a possibility to share these among us, because I think that the problems that we are facing in Belgium, for example, together, will be the problems of tomorrow in many of your communities. So there's many things that you could take from us, and obviously even more things that we could take from you. So if that would be my central message, it would be let's unite and share and keep continuously in touch with our successes and struggles. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippe. You made a very important point. As the European Jewish Association, obviously, our purpose is to share our concerns, share our best practices, and share also to learn from our setbacks in order to learn how to cope with those challenges that are so difficult sometimes. We have also the chance to have together with us a community fighter for the Jewish cause and for Israel, our dear friend Riccardo Pacifici, who is for us the one who, the former president of the Jewish community of Rome, but still involved in all what's happening in Italy and also in the European arena. So Riccardo, please.
Thank you. After the speech before me and also the deputy of the Belgium Parliament with the kippah, I think that it's important to change our focus. Because we know that in front of me, we are now the Jewish leader, the Jewish organization, journalists, no Jewish people, our friend, that want to understand what is our solution. I think that it's important to change our mentality. It's important to change the mentality inside of the community, but inside of the leadership of the community and the Jewish leader organization. I think that the difference now is that the European Jewish Association tried to change this mentality. When she mentioned, thank you, before of me, our experience in Montenegro with a prime minister that is a Muslim, believe me, for me, I don't know why I don't cry. Okay? But in a plane, in 5 hours that I was in the airport of Vienna before to arrive in Rome, I think I was change incredible. You remember my word? It's incredible that now, in front of the Prime Minister, you have a chief rabbi of Montenegro that remark how his life is happy, not has a problem. The people ask, Rabbi, Shalom, thank you that you are with us in the street. He's not afraid because he's in Kippah. And I told the Prime Minister of Montenegro, this is a historical event because it's the first time that I'm in front of the major, like the major that we meet after, and or the Prime Minister or the President, the Deputy, that don't speak about only memorial of Holocaust. We speak about to build a new synagogue, a kosher restaurant, and a place where the Jewish can live together. Sure that is different, the solution in a different country, because it's a different of mentality of the Jewish leader. I'm sorry. We have to change in ourselves. Because I want to remember some word that I found 4 years ago inside of the archive of my father, Emmanuel, Zichrono Livracha. His word was in a small paper like this. After his first visit in Israel in 1971, my father, he lost his father, mother in Birkenau, and he was injured in a terrorist attack in a synagogue in 1982. The Palestinian command tried to kill him, including the child, Stefano Gaitashe, Zichrono Livracha. And he wrote, Israel is an incredible country. How I think that Moshe Rabbeinu, he made a big mistake when he crossed Red Sea. Why he don't go right in Saudi Arabia and go in the left in Israel? Was a 72 before of the Kippur War. And there is supposed that with the arm of the gasoline, it's possible to change the mentality European leader. But it was a big mistake of my father. I'm sorry. Slicha. Because he can't imagine another picture just 4 days ago. When my Prime Minister, Draghi, is important Prime Minister, with the Foreign Minister von der Leyen from Brussels, she was in Israel in the same time, and to ask Israel, please give us the gas. Because without your gas, probably we can do nothing in September. Now, try to imagine a word of my father. They can't imagine that Israel can find this gas. This is a miracle, it's a nest. And also, my father wrote how it's possible to use this money of the Arab people with the sechel of Israel mentality. If they work together, we can change the world. Another mistake of my father, or probably his dream of my father, because with the peace of Abraham peace, now is changed the Middle East. I was in Dubai, and believe me, I was in December. The people see me with the kippah. 3 times with my wife, they tried to, it was in the period of not finish the COVID, in December. Please, you are my brother. Thank you that you are with us. One invited me in his office to start a business. Why, you ask me? You don't know me, but you are Jewish, and I believe you. And I was in his office just for curiosity. Now, I tell you this because now we can change our community. You have to do this because after the word of Prime Minister of Montenegro, Muslim, that he accepted to go the invitation from Prime Minister of Israel, Bennett, that Margolin gave him. And I think that it's possible to change everything. Now, we have a discussion that the chief police of Italy, you remember that was in Krakow that we gave the prize from European Jewish Association to thank his activity, the Italian police, to support and to defense of the Jewish. But he told us one word: I do a lot of things, a lot of war to support against of the enemy of the Jewish, but I don't resolve, I don't find who killed the child in front of the synagogue 9 October in 82. Now, I think that it's possible to resolve this problem because after Krakow, they decided in Italian parliament to open a special commission to open the secret dossier why the people decide to sell a Jewish of the Arab, of the Palestinian, sell Jewish in Istanbul, in Vienna, in Rome, in Paris. And now we understand, just 5 days ago, an important newspaper, La Repubblica, that his director is Maurizio Molinari, that is Jewish, they find that from the tribunal from France, give some dossier that probably can resolve a problem why the Italy sell the Jewish Italian population in 9 October and 82. And I think that we can do this because it's changed our mentality. And I finish. I want to conclude it with a word of the Prime Minister of Hungary. He told us that he restored 22 synagogues and opened new synagogue in this country, to open to support a new restaurant. And I think that now our priority is changed. Now we have to work to open a new Jewish school, to ask a government, new Jewish school, new synagogue, new place where the Jewish can stay together and they eat kosher together, because this is a solution against our enemy, because the first enemy is our assimilation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. And now for this round of panelists, please, Dr. Lea Flo from Germany. You are also one of the, let's say, the most proactive community leader that I know. You are all the time busy to promote activities, actions for your community, for the sake of Israel, to fight against anti-Semitism. So please, Lea.
Kvod Rabbanim, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are all here, the Jewish leaders of communities and other Jewish organizations, busy with security for our organization. What I mean, security are the buildings, security are the Jews and our guests, security for Jewish schools, Sunday schools, and youth clubs in security, for Maccabi teams, and so on and so on. We in Germany feel support of German government who spend a lot of money for security of the Jewish communities, especially after the aggressive attack of the Jewish community in Halle a few years ago. We had a security of police 24 hours near our communities. Now not, only when we have, or when we celebrate Jewish holidays, when we work in the communities and have guests, then police stays near community. On the other hand, we learned, help yourself, so help your God, that we need our own security, and we work with many Jewish and non-Jewish organizations to assure our people that it's not a secret that 1/3 of Jewish population in Europe don't take part in celebration of Jewish holidays because they feel themselves not secure. And we have to break this number and to increase security, that our people will feel themselves secure in our holidays and our celebrations. So we have our own people who learned how to protect. We work together with Israeli organization, for example, with Amiyat. I sent my security workers to Israel to learn how to protect people, how to protect building, and so on. And we hope that we manage this work and we can offer our people, and especially the Shoah survivors, and I have in my community still 125, Baruch Hashem, survivors. And our security now is a little bit other since the war in Ukraine started, because also the community member, people from Russia and people from Ukraine have some conflicts. We have to manage it. And my community start to work on the 24th of February, first day of war in Ukraine, and we offer admission for 1,568 refugees from Ukraine. Unfortunately, only 30 Jews in these refugees, and we offer people on our 2 floors in our building 30 beds, and we cook for them, and we registered them, and we sent them further to other organizations. We work together with other welfare organizations in our district, also not Jewish organization, religious and non-religious organization. And we hope and we say that the prevention is all the time better than cure, and better bad peace than good war. So we are fighting, really fighting, that our people feel them secure in our community and in a German society. And I hope together we can manage it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we have 2 or 3 minutes before we will have the live Zoom with His Excellency Mr. Nachman Shai, the Minister of Diaspora Affairs of the State of Israel. So maybe I will ask if there is one thing that you would like to share, one sentence, one action that you would like to promote and to share with our Jewish leaders. One action that you think should be on your agenda. Gary, one action. Take the mic.
In one single sentence, the promotion of greater support for the State of Israel.
Thank you.
join hands with your community and your community leaders.
Formalize and publicize all your achievements that you have been able to successfully implement in your communities and share them with one another so that we can raise the standards all over Europe and be on a higher level in our combats against anti-Semitism and so on.
Ricardo? 2 sentences. Okay. Leah.
We have never forget that we in Galut feel us secure so long as Israel is secure, and Israel is our insurance. This is the main thing for all of us.
Okay, thank you.
I think that the brand of the Jewish, and the brand of Israel is more strong, is more optimist against of our enemy, that the brand of the Jewish, that we are only for us, for these people, for our enemy, we are a people of the survivor of the Shoah. Sure that we are also survivor of the Shoah, but now we are Jewish.
Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you for your participation. To be continued next time, this conversation, and we will have, after the conversation with the minister, we will have the young leaders, young Jewish leaders, who will have the second panel. I would like to introduce my dear friend Tal Rabina, who is Director of Strategy and the head of the Israel Office of the European Jewish Association and Europe-Israel Press Agency. Tal.
Thank you, Michel. Thank you, everybody. It's a great honor to welcome our next speaker, live from Jerusalem. And ladies and gentlemen, I like to present, we have him already, Israel Minister of Diaspora Affairs, Dr. Nachman Shai. Shalom from Budapest.
Oh, well, I'd love to be with you, Tal, but I'm in the Knesset now. That's where the news is being done these hours, these days, as usual. But I'm very pleased to participate in the conference of EGA, and I would like to say a few words, and then if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy and delighted to answer them.
We appreciate your time at this very busy politically era.
Well, I don't know when it was not exciting and when there was no political crisis in Israel in the past few years, unfortunately, I would say. I know you all like Israel, you love Israel, and you care for Israel, but this is not what we really need at this point. After over a year, the government has been functioning well, and we have passed quite a number of governmental reforms, and we have started quite a number of new projects, and really we felt like we are on the way to heal the wounds of the past, but that's the way it is. Israel is a Jewish democratic state, and then we have to struggle in the Knesset and maybe later this year in the public sphere for another election campaign. We'll see. I don't know how it develops. But meanwhile, I'd like to emphasize to all my friends there that the state continue to run. There's no doubt about it. We do our jobs, each and every one of the government ministers. The Knesset functions well. The state is kicking and well. There's no doubt about that. Sometimes over-kicking, but that's the way it is. We accept it, and we'll do our best. We all have one common and joint interest to keep the country well and safe, and to work for the Israeli people. When it comes to the diaspora affairs, my ministry has introduced a certain, I would say, new paradigm where we try to introduce three new pillars, I would say. One of them is that we should now talk about what Israel is giving, not only what Israel is getting from you and from other Jewish organizations, Jewish communities all around the globe. The second point is that we encourage an open and honest dialogue between you and us. I don't know of any other way to communicate between the diaspora and Israel. It wasn't always the case. Although you respect very much the government, I assume, I know that, you are most welcome to express your own opinions on any given issue, on any given item on Israel's agenda. That is what should be done between friends, between brothers and sisters, and that's how I feel with you, and you're supposed to feel with me. So open dialogue is the key for healthy relations between you and us. And the third point is that, and it derives from the second one, is that we in Israel should take into consideration that every decision made by the government or by other Israeli official institutes, every decision impacts your life, in the diaspora. This understanding is relatively new. We were not very much aware of it for quite a number of years. We tried to separate between the life in Israel and life in the diaspora. But as a result of the growing impact of the new technologies, and that every piece of news travels all over the world instantly, we should take into consideration that decisions made here by us will influence your life wherever you are. We learned that lesson almost a little bit over a year ago during the recent military campaign between us and the Hamas that ended, well, it ended, one of the implications of the war was, or the mini war, was that the anti-Semitism in all forms has risen around the world, around the globe. Every Jewish community, wherever it is, felt that anti-Semitic expressions and anti-Semitic attacks on individuals and Jewish institutes have grown up. And my conclusion from that, and our conclusion from that, is that we just have to be aware of it. We have to do our utmost to protect you, although sometimes we are very far away. So I don't mean that we send our military to protect synagogues or Jewish institutes, but we have to work, yes, hand by hand with you and with your host governments wherever you are. So Jewish life, wherever you are, will be safe. Last but not least, I'd like to add a few words about the war in Ukraine, which can demonstrate what and how we feel about Jewish life out of Israel. At the eve of the war, after quite a number of conversations with Jewish organizations, Chabad, the JDC, Jewish Agency, Nativ, and others that have been working within Ukraine, we decided to help the Jewish communities there financially, something that hasn't been done in the past. We allocated around 10 million shekels as a first dispatch. There's another one coming soon, because we felt that it's our responsibility to provide the financial resources for the Jewish communities within Ukraine, that they will be able to feed their members, to find the shelter for them, to provide them with medicine and any medical needs, and other requirements for that moment. We've been following closely the situation in Ukraine since then. Around between 20 to 25,000 Ukrainians made their way to Israel and became Olim Chadashim, new Olim in Israel. We still are waiting for others to come. It's all, of course, depends on their decision. We know that those are only half families or three quarters because fathers and brothers and the males were left behind, which is a source of concern to all of us. But we hope that once the war in Ukraine is over, and we actually don't know when will it be, the other family members will join those who made Aliyah to Israel, and they will find a new home in this country, in the state of Israel, in the Jewish democratic state of Israel. We care very much for the war, for the outcome of the war. We would like to strengthen the Ukrainian people as a whole, not necessarily the Jewish people. I know they fight for their independence, for their sovereignty, for their democracy. And we in Israel used to fight very similar wars in the past. So that's why we show so much sympathy to the Ukrainian people. Maybe, Tal, I stop here and take some question, or would you like me to continue and describe to you what my office, my ministry has been doing? And depends, and it all depends on you. Whatever you want, I'm more than willing to help and respond.
So first of all, thank you very much. And maybe just before you go into the resolution of what your office is doing, there was a very interesting PhD work you might heard about, talking about public diplomacy and low-intensity conflict. He wrote it. And when I asked the Jewish leaders here in the convention, what would you like to make sure Minister Shai knows? In other words, they told me that do the Israeli government realize that this is the story of our daily life? This is what we have to face each day. So I'm forwarding the question to you, Minister Shai. Is the Israeli government aware that this is the situation, that those leaders who are sitting here among us, this is their daily challenges?
Of course, we know that very well, but at the same time, I would say we don't know enough. One of the challenges of my ministry is to foster Jewish peoplehood, something I'm not sure you are familiar with, because not Jewish peoplehood, but the fact that Israel has been working, the government has been working, especially my ministry, that Israelis, and by the way, 78 of the Israelis now were born in Israel, 78%. It's a huge percentage. And most of them are not familiar with Jewish life out of the country, are not familiar with what we call diaspora, or Gola, or Tfutzot. And we assumed that challenge upon ourselves. We said it's impossible that young people in Israel, young Jews, will not be aware of the special bonds, the historic bonds, the religious bonds, the emotional bonds between the diaspora and Israel. We never should forget, we should never forget that Israel was created by the diaspora. Unlike other nations, like the Greeks or the Italians or the Cypriots, whoever, they immigrated from their own state, from their own nation, around the globe, wherever they choose to live. In our case, it's just the opposite. Jews from the diaspora, in the past over 100, since the Zionist movement was established, started to move back to the Holy Land, to our Eretz Israel. And finally, after a long struggle, building their new home in Eretz Israel. This is something very unique, and it doesn't resemble to any other nation I know of. This is the story I'd like to tell the Israelis. This is the conclusions I'd like them to draw, that we cherish very much the Jewish diaspora. We care for you, not less than what you care for us. And I know how much you care for us. And I'm working very hard with my staff in schools in the military, in every public organization, everywhere I can, in the media, in the Knesset, in the government, to carry the message that Israel and the Jewish people are one entity, one entity. I know you yourself live in Europe, but Jews live all around the globe, and you have other and you have your own loyalty to the host countries, and that's fine, and that should be the case. But still, deep in your heart, you have developed and maintained special relations, special emotions towards Israel. Unprecedented. No other nation on earth feels the same. And this is something I'd like to teach the Israelis, to teach my colleagues, as I said before, the government, the leaders, everywhere I can, as a result of it. And by the way, I know, and maybe I'll take the question before it was even been asked. I know that sometimes you in Europe feel a little bit inferior. You said, well, kind of inferiority. I said, well, you only care. Well, I don't believe it. I don't get it. You only care for the Jewish communities in North America. This is the highest priority for you. There are 6 million of them there. Well, my friends, this is not the case. We care for every single community, from New York with 1.5 million Jews and the one single family, Jewish family left in Rangoon, Burma. We care the same because we cannot afford losing any single Jew, men and women anywhere in the world. This is our mission. This is our goal. This is our joint goal. This is the common goal. We should work together that no Jews, wherever they are, depending on their denomination, or doesn't matter, as long as they feel that they are Jews, they want to connect and to be part of the Jewish people, we should keep them under the same tent, under the same roof. We don't have enough Jews to spend and to waste. We have to keep ourselves, you and us and every Jew around the globe, together and keep the Jewish unity, which has been always the secret of the Jewish survival along thousands of years of history.
Thank you very much. And with your permission, we'll go to the hall, and we have Mrs. Lea Flo from the Jewish community in Germany. Please.
I like when we support Israel, but not only in general. For example, my community, a few years ago, when there were fires in Israel forests, we collect money and support Haifa to buy new firefighters equipment. And we support Ben Shemen Pnimiya to build possibilities for children and youth to hide themselves during rocket attacks. So my question is, what we in Germany on any political and practical levels can do for Israel to support Israel so good as we can, because we need you, we need Israel, and you need us.
Well, you're absolutely right, Leah, and thank you for your help to Haifa at the time after the big fire there that cost the life of scores of people. Since then, by the way, we learned the lesson, we learned the lessons, and now we have much more advanced and highly technological fire services around the country, and we can put out fire quite quickly. Hopefully, it will never reoccur, the tragedy in the Carmel Mountain. Now, back to your question, what can you do? There's a lot you can do for us. There's a lot. Assuming that you are living in the diaspora, and in this case, in your case, in Germany, you should build your community as strong as possible, that you can, and by the way, this is the fastest, one of the fastest, well, I would say there are two Jewish communities in the world that grow fast. One is Israel, of course, and the other is Germany. And even now, or during the war in Ukraine, thousands of Jews have moved to Germany, and maybe they will settle there. So you should help them, of course, as what Jews used to do for other Jews, for newcomers, and to build your community, and then to help Israel in quite a number of battles that we are engaging in. One of them is the battle on public opinion. There's a special challenge in Germany. It's not easy. Anti-Semitism in Germany is still higher than in comparison with other states. Helping us with the German federal government. Also, we maintain excellent relations, but there is always something else or something in addition to do. And in the public opinion, I mean, Tal nicely brought my book into your attention, and my book is on public diplomacy, which means this is a new era in diplomacy, people to people, not government to government, but people to people. So it's between the people of Israel and the people of Germany, and between you and the people of Germany as well. Try to promote Israel's image that needs it from once in a while, fighting, combating, of course, anti-Semitism, BDS as well, the new version of kind of anti-Semitism. There's a lot of work to do. There's no doubt about it. But start by building your own community. Make it strong. Make sure Jews will not remain in poverty. Trying to help them. You should build it on two parallel channels, I would say. One of them is the Jewish identity, and the other is Israeli identity or affection to Israel. And if the new generation, not you, of course, but the new generation, the incoming generations will get Jewish education, we wouldn't lose them as Jews. Then at the same time, the story of Israel, the story of Zionism, Israel's great success on many areas. Israel is a symbol of a new democracy, a young democracy, but functions very well, and so on and so forth. I shouldn't give it I shouldn't tell you how successful, innovative this country is. This is something I expect you to do, of course, if you want. If you don't want, it's your choice. We let you decide what you want.
Thank you very much. And now, with your permission, you mentioned states with a lot of Jewish population. So if we can go to the state, the European state that has the largest Jewish community, and if you are our co-organizer of this convention, Dr. Joel Margui from the Consistoire, maybe you want to ask a question, please. You can use the mic. And Dr. Margui will make it in Hebrew, so we will translate afterwards.
כבוד השר, אני מאוד שמח לראות אותך. פגשתי אותך לפני כמה חודשים בירושלים, ואני חוזר על כמה עמדות חשובות בשביל יהודי התפוצות. אני חושב שבמשך 2000 שנה זו הייתה האחריות של כל היהודים בעולם לבנות העתיד של ישראל בארץ ישראל.
Dear Minister, I'm very pleased to meet you again after we met a few months ago in Jerusalem. And with your permission, I will repeat something I told you then. For more than 2,000 years, it was the obligation of every Jew in the world to take care of Zion, of Israel.
עכשיו יש אחריות של כל ראשי קהילות פה בתפוצות, במיוחד באירופה, לראות את העתיד של הקהילות. אנחנו צריכים לתמוך בארץ ישראל, זה העתיד שלנו וזה הביטחון של כל הקהילות באירופה.
And now at this era, it's the responsibility of each community and each community leader sitting here to make sure that the states of Israel is well, because this is our future, this is what we have confidence in.
עכשיו אנחנו במצב שחצי היהודים בעולם גרים בארץ ישראל, והעתיד שלהם יהיה עתיד יהודי, חילוני או דתי אבל יהודי.
At this era, half of the Jewish of the world lives in Israel, and their future as Jews is safe, whether they are religious or sacred.
וחצי יהודי העולם גרים בחוץ לארץ, באירופה במיוחד, ולא בטוח בכלל שהעתיד שלהם יהיו יהודים בגלל ההתבוללות שגדולה בכל העולם.
And half of the Jewish people lives in the diaspora, mainly in Europe, and it is not at all certain that they will keep live as Jews in the future.
באחריות שלי, לפני 20 שנה, הייתי חושב שאין לנו צורך של העזרה של ישראל למען התפוצות.
20 years ago, I would never think that we will need the help and the assistance of the state of Israel to help us here in the diaspora to make sure that the Jewish people will remain.
עכשיו אני חושב שזה מצב דחוף מאוד לעזור לתפוצות על הזהות היהודית ולהילחם נגד ההתבוללות.
Now it is essential that the state of Israel will help us to maintain the Jewish life, to maintain the Jewish identity, and to fight against the phenomena that Jews are becoming non-Jews.
לא רק על ביטחון, לא רק על מלחמה נגד האנטישמיות, אבל על זהות יהודית ועל מלחמה נגד ההתבוללות.
Not only security, not only and other things, but the fight for the identity of the Jewish nation.
האם זה מצב שבתהליך בכנסת, בתקציבים, בתוכניות, בכל מיני דברים שיעזרו לנו שכל היהודים שבאחריות שלנו יהיה להם גם עתיד יהודי. יהודי בחוץ לארץ או יהודי זה עבודה משותפת. כל יהודי שנהיה יהודי בחוץ לארץ, יש לו עתיד אפשרי להיות ישראלי. כל יהודי בחוץ לארץ שבתהליך של התבוללות, אין לו עתיד בישראל.
Any Jew that stays Jewish has a potential to come an immigrant, make aliyah to Israel and become an Israeli. But any Jew that will not remain Jew might not be there. So my question is, what do you, the Israeli government, the lawmakers in the Knesset are doing to make sure to help us keep the Jewish identity? Thank you, Joel.
תודה רבה על כל מה שאתם עושים. תודה רבה.
Nachman?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Joel. Thank you very much. Now, do I need a translation also?
No, it's okay. We didn't head from Hebrew
okay,
to...
Joel, I remember your visit vividly. I remember your visit to Israel. And here in the Knesset, I see frequently your relative, Yaakov Margi, who happens to be also a good friend of mine. To your question, yes, I feel committed, not only because this is my present position, but because I've been doing it for quite a long time as a Knesset member and even before, working very closely with the Jewish world. And I made it a mission for a life mission for me. And that's why I turn to understand what you said. It is our responsibility to be working very closely with you, to offer you our services in any area you need, whether it comes to Jewish education. We established an organization by the name United, who deals with formal education. And then we have quite a number of projects on informal education. France is the largest Jewish community in Europe, around 450,000 Jews. It should be treated the same, as a big and quite a complex community. We are ready to do whatever you need. Of course, it depends on our financial ability. Sometimes the resources are limited, but it's not all about money. It's about the attention we give. It's about the emphasis we give here to Europe and to France specifically. So we just need to know what your needs are. And when we've met, I told you honestly that I'm a little bit frustrated that we haven't been doing enough. 1 year is not, it's not a long period. It's not enough to judge even if you have done much better. We have some ideas on the horizon. We need time to carry them out. It will take time. I don't know how much time we have in this present government, but otherwise, I'm fully mobilized to come to France to sit with you and with the Jewish leadership and Jewish organizations, and to work out a certain strategic plan how to help or to be working together. I don't like the word to help. Just figure out what can we do together, you in France and we in Israel, to help the Jewish community, especially, of course, the young generation that we all carry very much, that will stay within the Jewish world and will now go other places. And as you rightly mentioned, one of the great threats to the Jewish existence in our generation is interfaith marriages. The percentage of them is very high. I'm not here to judge anyone who decides from his or her own reason to meet with a non-Jew. It's not my business personally, but at the same time, I'm very much concerned about the future of the Jewish people, very much concerned about the future of the Jewish people. Europe itself has 1.5 million Jews now, in comparison with 9.5 at the eve of the Second World War. We all know what happened since then. But there is a constant process of intermarriage between Jews and non-Jews, and that probably will finally affect the number of Jews living around the globe.
Thank you, and we'll go very quickly, but please short questions, so we'll have the time to have three last one, if it's okay with you, Minister Shai. Mr. Atias from Herzegovina, please.
Hello, my name is Dario Atias. I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina and want to greet the minister with us. Just want to make some constatation and feel from the field that what Israel is doing in the whole peace process with the Arab countries, it's very, very much important, and it reflects on whole world. I just want to support this process. I want to see it more in the future, making friendship and diplomatic relations with the Arab countries, and to continue with that strongly, to promote those relations, because it will reflect on all Europe and all the world. And that's the one thing that I want to say. And the second one, it's the suggestions to intensify relations with the ministries of education in the countries in the Europe. For example, we are a small community in Bosnia and Herzegovina with 500 years of heritage, but today we are a very tiny community. For us, it's important that relationship with that professors and teachers, and from our schools, we don't have Jewish schools, but there are schools that teachers would like to come to Yad Vashem. There is a program running, and to continue with that, to intensify it, because they're coming back and they're teaching children about the Holocaust, about Jewish identity, and it relax and support, and that's the way we're making friends.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll have the two other questions. So Minister Shai, because I don't want to fight with his advisor. They won't let me back in the country tomorrow. So Dr. Olti from the Hungarian Jewish Culture, please.
Ferenc Olti from Hungary. Here in Hungary, we formed an umbrella of 18 Jewish organizations, and with the goal to motivate and positively influence the public school curriculums and textbooks. It is a very, very successful project, and now more than 1 million pupils every year learn the whole Jewish history obligatory, and also the old and the new and the modern Israel. We targeted to distribute this know-how and this method and the context and the text and the textbook materials in the 27 European Union countries. But we have difficulties with sharing this. What I would like to suggest to the Israeli friends and government, if you talk to European countries, please raise this question and issue and try to motivate them to accept this methodology and do their own project. We are more than happy to help them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olti, who is a member of our EGA Advisory Board. And last but not least, we'll conclude with the lady, Mrs. Tova Ben-Nun from Bucharest, please.
Shalom, Nachman. 1 year ago, we met in our school. Just wanted to say hello and to let you know that our school implemented the project that was declared 2021, the 1007 year, the contribution of the Jewish people in Germany. I was very happy that the German embassy in Romania asked our school to implement this project, and the conclusion is that after 1 year that we try to involve many students around Romania, more than 100,000 people was involved in this project, and we decided to finish this project with a contest, combating anti-Semitism and teaching Holocaust in schools. And I was very proud that 705 students, high school students, participated in this contest, and it was very hard to find the most 20, the best. 705 essay was very good and strong, with strong proofs how to combat anti-Semitism and the needs to teach the Holocaust. And I'm very happy that the World Zionist Organization decided to give a gift to the best 20 essays that are coming next week to Israel for 1 week in the Holocaust study. What I wanted to say is, the last sentences, why I wanted to emphasize this, we are talking about teachers to come to Yad Vashem. I believe that we have to cultivate also the young students during the high school and the students during the universities how to combat anti-Semitism, also to let them come to Israel in special programs.
I'm very honored to tell you that the EGA student leaders are coming to Israel this coming Sunday for a whole course of public diplomacy, and we will be very glad to cooperate with your organization just as well. Minister Shai, please.
Okay, I have 3 questions to answer. One is from Mr. Atias from Bosnia-Herzegovina. I fully endorse what you said, my friend. The warming up of relationship between Israel and the Arab world in general, and especially the UAE and the other Gulf states, is extremely important to us and to you as well, because you also live in a country where Jews and Muslims live together. This is our dream. This has been and still our dream, finally to make peace between Israel and its neighbors. We have so much to do here, so much to offer, so much to invest in building relations. We finally reach a point when we have peace with Egypt and Jordan and the UAE, hoping and hopefully more other Arab countries will join in. Some of them quietly talk to us, but they still don't want to do it publicly. Let's see what the next visit of President Biden to the region what will produce. But in general, I'm telling you, the atmosphere in the Middle East with Israel is much more comfortable than it has ever been. Of course, we have enemies, and the first and the most important one is Iran. and Iran is doing its utmost to attack Israel and to launch hostilities against Israel from Gaza, from the north, and from even in the West Bank. And recently, terror cells of Iran were hunting, looking for and hunting Jews and Israelis in Istanbul and in Turkey. It's quite an open war between us and Iran. But if you look at the general picture, I think we should be optimistic, and I fully endorse the idea of bringing together Jews and Muslims together. And by the way, it works quite well in Israel these days, which is also a very important development. To the question from our friend, of the Hungarian friend, yes, what you do is, I have no words to express my gratitude to you, what you have done for the curriculum and books in Hungary. If 1 million students, young students in Hungary learning Jewish history, that's a great achievement. It's a great achievement. And I hope very much that other members of EGA and not only will follow suit and encourage their own governments to pursue curriculum about Jewish history, because this is one of the most important ways to combat anti-Semitism, to tell the story of the Jewish people, to tell the story of Israel and how did it come to being. I thank you very much for this initiative. And the last but not least, of course, is my good friend Tova. Tova, you are a role model of running a Jewish school with Israeli programs. I cannot forget my visit to your school when the students were standing in the yard, in the schoolyard, singing Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, I believe it was, right? All of them, those who know Hebrew, those who don't know Hebrew, but they learned the song, and it was quite a very exciting and emotional experience for me. Thank you for the great job you're doing in Bucharest and in Romania as a whole. And again, this is something that hopefully other European countries will follow with Jewish Days, because we are doing our best to support them through United and through other projects of us. And if you, Aliza, and Tova, and other members of EGA have other ideas, Tal, you're supposed to come to Israel tomorrow. If you don't bring some fresh and new ideas, we'll send you back to Budapest.
He was my
Yes.
commander in Galei Tzahal, so I have to obey. So you will have to help me.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Minister Nachman Shai. We
Thank
know
you.
you are
Good
very,
luck
very
to you.
busy,
And thank you for
and
the work you are doing. We all appreciate it very much. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts on behalf of the government and the people of Israel.
Thank you very much. Shalom.
Shalom.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So we are grateful for Minister Nachman Shai. As you all know, it's a really chaos in the Israeli politics these days. So when he said at the beginning that they are very busy in the Knesset, don't tell anyone. Everybody is really, really working very hard to make sure this coalition will remain. Otherwise, we'll talk to another minister before our next convention. So we hope that the good will be. And thank you for your interest and the questions. Of course, as Nachman just said, if you do have any other ideas, requests, operative suggestions that the EGA can forward the Israeli government, this is one of our job. This is what we are here for, and this is what we would like to represent back in Israel. So please do not hesitate to reach out to me or any other staff of the EGA, and please do not hesitate to share, and we promise to be a humble messenger for your thoughts, for your request. And now I'm calling back the one and only Michel Gorari, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tal. We had the pleasure, the privilege to hear or experience Jewish leaders, and now we will call upon our young Jewish leaders, the promising one. So I'm called upon Tomasz Stern, the president of the Jewish community of Bratislava, Mr. Gabriel Senderovic, the president of the Jewish community of Oporto in Portugal, and Mr. Aaron Hoffman, who is a board member of our Polish partner, TSKZ. Of course, sorry. Sorry, Juan. Please, Juan. That's the problem of flexibility of all those changes. Thank you. So we would like, with you, to discuss mainly your perspective as young Jewish leaders, maybe focused on education, on what we call the MP campuses, all those things that you saw in your communities. So, Tomasz, would you like to start? Take a mic. It's open, it's open.
It's open. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful event. Looking to the left and right, I'm really honored to be considered to be a member of the young generation of the leaders. So thank you for that as well. And I would like to disappoint your Jewish expectations of me. I will really try to speak very shortly, because I know that you are sitting here for a long time. And most probably I will repeat something what was already said before. I'm a son of a Holocaust survivor, and I grew up in formerly socialist, as it was called, or communist country, which was member of the former communist countries enclave. And Holocaust was perhaps one of the few Jewish distinguished identity keys I was facing in my childhood, because religion and other things were simply not allowed or were hardly to be practiced. And I'm speaking of it with all the emphasis, and it was said, I think, with a distinguished colleague from Italy, that Holocaust, and I'm very honored that we have here a member of the Slovak Parliament, our member of the Slovak Parliament, Mr. Liba, who is a tremendous supporter of the Jewish community in Slovakia and trying to fight anti-Semitism and what everything is like the aftermath of Holocaust. So thank you, Mr. Liba, that you came to this floor as well. But speaking of Holocaust, I have to say that it's part of our identity, it's part of our genome. I'm a former physician, so we know about these issues, but we have to move on. Holocaust will be part of our communities and our identity always, but we have to let the general population not to forget, and we will definitely do our utmost. But we have to focus on our future, on our traditions, because Holocaust is something we must not forget, but unfortunately our traditions can't be built on it. And this is my experience out of our very small community. And even my father, as a Holocaust survivor, agrees with that. So this is one thing I wanted to say. So second, I already said, working, and I'm trying to be fast, working towards our tradition strengthens our traditions, our Judaism, our Yiddishkeit. And third is the cooperation with the smallest communities and the biggest communities, and how essential it is. We could have seen it during the crisis we are now going through, and not speaking only about the tragedy of the war in Ukraine, but even about the problem we were facing during the COVID times, and unfortunately we still be facing in autumn, and we'll know. But especially in Ukraine, without the cooperation between Israel, between Jewish organizations, between the smallest Jewish organizations next door, the help, and especially speaking of the Jewish communities which are neighboring Ukraine, the whole issue and the whole problem of helping the Ukrainian community, I'm sure we will be speaking here about because it's tremendously important, wouldn't be possible. And the last thing, if I may, I saw that I will speak, you know, but when a Jew gets a microphone in the hand, it's like unstoppable. Demography. And I'm speaking out of my own experience. I don't have a solution for that, but speaking of the most difficulties we are facing, so for example, speaking about the difficulties our community is facing, is demography. The Slovak Jewish community created before the war more or less 4.1% of the total population, so like it's today generally in Europe. Today, we are almost unpresentable, like we are less than the Eskimos, according to the survey. There are more Eskimos in Slovakia than Jews. And this is not a joke, this is official figures. So demography is an issue. We have a age meridian of 70, and if there won't be a tremendous change or a small influx of Jewish families coming to our country, the Slovak Jewry won't exist anymore after 1,000 years of its existence. So this is a huge challenge, and this is related to all the other questions: security, education, tradition, and so on. But this is another story we could have, you know, we could speak about for hours and hours. So thank you very much for listening to me, despite not being as short as I promised in the beginning. And thank you that you allowed me to be young again.
Thank you, Tomasz, to be a young Jewish leader of an aging Jewish community from Bratislava. And now I would like to go from Slovak Republic to Poland and to ask Aaron Hoffman, a board member of TSKZ, to speak about your challenges.
Well, let me first, before going any further, yes, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so the topic here is education, and maybe instead of talking about what should be done, let me just pinpoint what we did recently, because acts speak for themselves, and maybe it's maybe some of you can take some examples or even inspiration from what we already achieved. So, before going any further into the subject, let me briefly present our association. So the TSKZ, which stands for the Social and Cultural Association of Jews in Poland, is the oldest secular organization in our country, and it is existing since formally since 1950, but informally since the end of the Second World War. So, despite the fact that our association's activity scope is getting bigger with each year, education really lies at the heart of our activities. As you may well know, Polish diaspora is very, very huge, big. Everyone has some roots in Poland, maybe in USA or Canada, or of course in Israel. But today, the Polish Jewry that still remains in Poland is a very tiny, small community. However, the responsibility that rests on our shoulders is huge, because we have to, at the same time, safeguard what remains of the Jewry in Poland, but also to preserve the memory of what was once of the most of the biggest center of Jewish life in the world, from the Middle Ages to the Second World War and the Holocaust. So basically, with every commemoration that we are organizing, we start panels about Holocaust and also about Jewish history for people who are interested in it. But alongside these commemorations, we also have more positive, proactive, I should say, events, such as very soon this summer in the city of Wrocław, we are hosting a festival called Simcha, with educational panels for adults, children, about Jewish presence, Jewish culture, Jewish life in this area. Also in September, we are organizing another festival called Pardes in Kazimierz, which is a very small country, beautiful Renaissance country, very historical. And we try every time with those panels, those educational events, the whole event with the ancient life of this specific region, this specific town. All right, now let me talk about something called the White Book of Teaching, which was actually an idea of our Hungarian friends who co-host this event today. This idea was to get an input from us, to be consulted on education with the Ministry of Education of our country. We were asked for this input for Holocaust, for the history of Holocaust and history of Jews in official schools, programs and books. So this was a very, very important input and a very practical one, I should say. So this is what we did so far, and I hope we will continue to preserve what was already done and what comes next.
Thank you, Aaron, and for being very close to what you are doing. You are really a very fantastic agenda of activities all the year through, so congratulations for what you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I would like to pass the mic to a new community, a Jewish community who just joined the European Jewish Association. So Gabriel Sendorovic, the young president of the Jewish community of Porto, I think that also you are organizing a lot of activities.
Hello everybody, Shalom Aleichem. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here and to be able to learn from all of you, as well as to share my perspective and the experience of our community. Personally, I would like to deliver an informal speech. However, since the Jewish community of Porto has been going through a very delicate and serious situation, I feel compelled to read this text. The European Union wants to see Jewish life flourishing in Europe by 2030. The old continent had 9.5 million Jews before the Second World War, and today there are slightly more than 1 million, and many are leaving. In 2012, the Jewish community of Porto had a few dozen members. The Kaduri synagogue seemed to be a ghostly gray building. There were no children, no minyan, no kashrut structures, no cemetery, no functioning mikveh, no school, absolutely nothing, but absolute penury. In 2013, the synagogue was completely refurbished and painted inside and out. It was the venue for large religious ceremonies, bringing together Jewish families and renowned rabbis from many continents and countries. In 2014, the community opened a kosher restaurant and a kosher hotel. Jewish tourism has increased exponentially, as has the number of schools visits by Portuguese schools, whose students quite involuntarily had many anti-Semitic prejudices linking Jews to money, trickery, and conspiracy theories. In 2015, the Portuguese state approved a law aiming to reconnect the country to the Sephardic diaspora. Many families chose Portugal as a destination. More members, new ideas, Jewish religion, Jewish culture, Jewish soul. Between 2015 and 2022, the work carried out by the community and the Oporto Rabbinate over the previous years was continued and reinforced. The Jewish community of Oporto provided a home for Jews from 30 nations. The community has grown 1,000%, constantly celebrates beautiful tefillot, has Achdut centers, kosher stores and restaurants, a school, new cemeteries, a functioning mikveh. It practices tzedakah in Portugal and abroad, opened an Holocaust museum, a Jewish museum, produced historical films that won international awards, opened a center for historical research, built the largest Jewish library in the Iberian Peninsula, organized events and concerts, and even created online Jewish newspapers. At the same time, the Jewish community of Oporto has tried to combat anti-Semitism through positive action. In 10 years, the community has been visited by more than 130,000 school students. Sorry, I'm running out of time. However, a note of warning. As soon as Jewish communities start making their mark in European territory, the influential anti-Semites in society will attempt to destroy Jewish life bit by bit, synagogue by synagogue, organization by organization, using the same methods once employed in the Soviet Union. In Lviv, Kharkov, Chernovich, Bobruisk, Smolensk, and hundreds of other cities in the Soviet Union, the synagogues and communities were not all closed at the same time, but one by one, always in the same way. 1. Use of the press and slanderers to associate the synagogues and with businesses. 2. Description of such businesses as being immoral or illegal. 3. Negative reactions from some public opinion and straw Jews. And 4. Total destruction of the synagogues' respectability and the Jewish organizations as promoters of Jewish life and Jewish culture.
Okay, Gabriel.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all what you're doing as a very small community, but doing a lot to build all this program of activities and to open a Jewish museum and a museum of Holocaust. And I would like to pass the mic to someone who has a very rich experience in many campuses over the world, United States, Scotland, Israel, London, Mallorca. You learned at the Boston University, a degree in finance and political science, and now you are at the Law School of Edinburgh. Juan Caldes, the director of the Jewish Mallorca, you will finish with all your experience as a young person doing a lot of work, I presume, in campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have some good news from Mallorca that I have to bring everyone. Not only we have great beaches and a party scene that everyone knows, but we have a great rich Jewish history. And we're finally starting to revive it. We founded, Danny Rothstein, my dear friend who's from the US, from New York, moved to Mallorca 8 years ago and founded Jewish Mallorca, which is an educational touristic company. And we are working to promote the Jewish culture. And we do two main things. The first one is that we do walk and talk experiences of the Jewish quarter, because Mallorca used to have one of the largest Jewish quarters before the Spanish Inquisition, which everyone is familiar with. And the great history of Mallorca is that we have the Chuetas. I don't know if anyone has ever heard of it, but it's basically a group of 15 families who, after the Spanish Inquisition, who were forced to convert to Catholicism, still remain Jews. They were crypto-Jews. And now we have about 15 to 20,000 descendants of those 15 families, which is a miracle. In my case, for example, I'm a descendant of a Marrano, like pretty much everyone was Sephardic. And I'm a person who went back to his roots and discovered it because in my case, I was born and raised Catholic. And when I was 16, my dad told me that we were Jewish, but we couldn't say anything because my great-grandpa was working for the Franco regime, and the Franco regime was not very friendly in a way to the Jews, I think, as everyone knows, and we couldn't say a word about that. And since then, I knew that my neshama was Jewish. And once I was in the kotel, then I knew and I went back to my roots. And I have to say that I'm very happy that I decided to come back to Mallorca after living in all of these countries because not only we do the walk and talk experiences, but we also go to schools to talk about the Shoah, which is very important because unfortunately, we don't have that many Holocaust survivors anymore. And it is our moral duty and obligation as Jews and as human beings to tell that story because we keep saying Leolam Loot, but history can repeat itself very easily. And in our case with our people, we've been historically persecuted. So we must never take for granted where we are now. In the case of Spain, we're finally starting to thrive. 50 years ago, we barely had any Jews in Spain. Now we have close to 40,000. In Mallorca, just Mallorca, our island, we have close to 1,000 now. We're starting to grow a lot, more and more. Our Keilah is getting bigger. And it's that combination of, you know, everyone fits. We have a lot of expat-based people. We have Mallorquins. We have religious. We have secular. But at the end of the day, we're all part of this beautiful family called the Jewish people. And I always say this, we don't need to agree with one another all the time, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. But we need to be there for each other. And that's the most important thing, I personally believe. And just to conclude, because I know we're running out of time, another thing that I do is that I'm the president of public affairs in the Federation of Young Youth, and I do a lot of hasbara, because we see in Spain that anti-Semitism itself, it's not so much of a problem, but anti-Zionism, which is anti-Semitism is. And last week, we had some really bad news in Catalonia, because the Parliament of Catalonia was the first one, I think, in Europe that basically stated that Israel is an apartheid and criminal state. And those are some horrible news for the Jews living in Catalonia and for the Jews living in Spain. So we see that we still have a lot of work to do there, and that's what I'm doing with Hasbara. And I'm trying to tell, to show everyone that Israel is the only Jewish and democratic state in the Middle East. So through that educational and political side of things, I'm an idealist because I'm really young at the end of the day, and I believe in the power of education. And I know I'm not going to make the world a perfect place, but through education, I really believe we can make this world a tiny bit better than we found it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Really, we had the privilege to have those young Jewish leaders, promising Jewish leaders. Thank you for having shared with us all your insights. And good work and good luck. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to my dear friend Alex.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Voices of the future, very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your patience. This is the last item on our agenda conference today before we move to our gala dinner later. So we've spent a bit of time talking about the challenges that communities are facing, whether that is shchita, anti-Semitism, education, any number of issues that we've spoken about on the last few hours. And we are, as communities, bombarded with survey after survey, information, how Jews are feeling, what's going on, what the prevalence of anti-Semitism is. But how do we actually hold governments accountable? How do we properly measure what they're doing? How does one go about benchmarking? This was something that's always been at the forefront of our chairman, Rabbi Menachem Margolin's mind. In fact, he used to go into his office and say, Chairman, there's a new survey out, it says XYZ, and 9 times out of 10 he would say, no, what's the solution? What can we actually do to hold these people accountable? So we actually came up with a solution. This solution was 2 years in the making, and we're proud to unveil it to you now. And without further ado, I would like to invite our chairman, Rabbi Menachem Margolin, along with Dr. Daniel Stajewski, who is a senior researcher at the Jewish Policy Research Center in London, to unveil this exclusive, never-seen-before survey of how we can hold governments accountable and how they are classified country-by-country index. Rabbi Margolin, please.
Dear friends, I know the last few hours were not very easy for everyone to sit and listen that long. I could only promise you that we are reaching the end, if that makes you feel better. In approximately half an hour, we'll go for break until the gala dinner that will take place at 7:30. Earlier today we said that there is no doubt that anyone who understands how deep the Jewish people's contribution to humanity only wants to see the Jewish community in Europe continue to flourish. And yet, and despite so many leader statements, we are seeing communities becoming smaller and smaller, and more Jews feel insecure. Now, in recent years, a huge amount of data on the state of anti-Semitism in Europe has been published. We have many, many statistics and surveys aimed to examining the situation each year in Europe. Almost every time such a survey or data is published, responses from heads of Jewish communities as well as political leaders are also published. The wording is almost the same. Anti-Semitism must be fought in any form, in any possible way. The memory of the Holocaust must be perpetuated, and more must be invested in education. Sometimes there are also practical responses, usually in the form of another conference on anti-Semitism or another official event commemorating the Holocaust. The problem is that to date, we have not had a single uniform tool by which we could examine, measure, and compare, as it is customary to examine any government commitments in key policy areas. The question is, what the government actually doing? Whether this policy reality affects the outcome of the situation. In the last 2 years, as Alex said, we have decided to take this gauntlet and begin to regularly and orderly examine the European leaders, what European leaders are actually doing in order to justify their statements regarding the continuation of Jewish life in Europe. For this purpose, we consulted with thousands of leaders of Jewish organizations in Europe in order to, first of all, we formulated a list of criteria which are in fact the conditions required for the continued prosperity of Jewish community anywhere in the world. Next, we examined the state by state what each did in relation with these criteria. So today, for the first time, we will present to you the results of this study in which it can be clearly seen which country is actually doing the most to allow the Jewish community in the country to flourish, and which countries have invested the least in this effort. However, it is important to emphasize that our goal is not to attack the countries that have not been doing yet enough, but above all, to establish an orderly index that will allow European leaders to understand the parameters needed for Jews to live in Europe well and to adjust policies accordingly. Now, the fact, the results might be shocking for some of you, because some people will say, well, we do not feel so bad in the streets. But the fact that people are smiling to us on the street, and the fact that we feel that the government's listening to us, And the fact that we do not have daily threat on our lives does not mean that the government do all what they can to ensure development of Jewish community. So the following are the parameters. What are the main parameters that are needed to ensure Jewish life in Europe or everywhere in the world? First of all, budget for the protection of Jewish institutions and permanent security around synagogues and other Jewish institutions. We all understand that security is an important condition. Second, does the government invest budget to support Jewish culture, education, and synagogues, as it invests in non-Jewish culture and education? We could have secure Jewish community, but if there is no culture, if there is no education, what kind of future do we have? So the question is, what does the government do to ensure our customs, our culture? Number 3, has the state adopted our definition of anti-Semitism? Number 4, is there a policy on Holocaust commemorations? Number 5, is there anyone responsible for the fight against anti-Semitism on behalf of the state? Number 6, is there an official system that monitors anti-Semitic incidents? Number 7, is there a complete religious freedom regarding circumcision and ritual slaughter? And number 8, from the clear understanding that anti-Zionism is a significant basis for anti-Semitism in Europe, how the state voted in the UN regarding condemning Israel. As we know, it is a double standard compared to voting for other countries. Those are the 8 criteria. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to show you at this point how the studies that focused on 12 countries, with the largest number of Jews living on this continent. And here are the results. I would like now to ask, okay. This slide is about the percentage of population attitude towards Jews and Israel. These results are from the study conducted by FRA, which is the Agency of Human Rights of the European Union, ADL, and Action and Protection. As we could see here, the best countries where the general attitude towards Israel and Jews are the Netherlands and the UK, while the lowest numbers are Austria and Hungary. We should be proud that all those Hungary and Austria are low in this chart. We still see that still 78% in Austria and 83% in Hungary does not keep negative attitude toward the Jews in Israel. We should also be proud of the good part of it. Now we go to the second slide that describes how many percent of Jews personally experience anti-Semitic attacks. And here we could see that Hungary, Italy, and the UK are the countries where, in percentage, less Jews experience themselves anti-Semitic attacks, while the Netherlands, Germany, and Belgium are the countries where more percentage of Jews experience themselves anti-Semitic incidents. And here we come to the third slide, that we see that the level of security of how the Jews feel in these 12 countries. Again, the surveys that was done by 3 different bodies that we combined them all together. The European Union, Action and Protection, and ADL. Here we could see clearly that Denmark, Hungary, and Italy are the countries where the Jews feel way more secured, while in Germany, Belgium, and France, Jews feel less secured. And here we come to the fourth and the most important measure. It is in the performance of European governments in each of the criteria we have discussed. When we look at the 8 criteria we mentioned earlier, the countries that do the most efforts to stick to those criteria, understanding that this is very important for Jewish life, we see that Germany, Austria, and France are the countries that try to do the best. And then we have the Netherlands, Italy, and the 2 countries who do less than the other European countries are Spain, Belgium, Denmark, and Poland. This, we speak about the performance. But now we are going to combine all in one. we're going to take the surveys that were done about the feelings of the Jews, the way Jewish people feel, and the general attitude toward the Jews, together with the government performance. And here we are with the total index. So as you could see, the countries who provide the best conditions for Jewish life are Italy, the first, number one in Europe. Then we see Hungary, number two, Denmark, UK, and the rest of the countries you could see yourself. And we could see that, again, actually, the countries that keep being always the lowest in the list is Belgium, with 60%, and then Poland and France. However, it is important to say that the reason, for example, that a country such as France is low in the list is not because of the government performance, but it is because of the survey that was done by the European Union and the other bodies, which describe the feeling of the Jews being unsecured, the percentage of the Jews experience anti-Semitic incidents, and the global attitude towards Jews in Israel. And now we want to go to the next slide, which actually, if we would like to divide it by categories, the list of the countries who received more than 75% are Italy, Hungary, Denmark, UK, and Austria. And then we have the second category between 70 and 74%. This is Germany, Sweden, Netherlands, and Spain. And then between 61 and 69 is France and Poland. And Belgium, unfortunately, is 55 and 60. Thanks God we do not have anyone below 50%, and we should also be proud of it. I would like please to go to the next slide. Here we could see in details what makes us to give grade for government performance. As you could see, we have 8 different categories. The first one is existence of government budget for security equipment in Jewish communities. You could see what countries get 100%, what countries get a bit less, and what countries do not have at all budget for Jewish security. Then we can go to existence of a government budget to support Jewish culture, education, and synagogues. Here we could see that there are countries that invest in Jewish culture and education, while there are countries who do not sponsor at all Jewish activities. Then we go to adoption of higher definition, where most of the countries, besides 2, adopted higher definition. Then we go to policies around Holocaust memorization, where in most of the countries we see that the memory of the Shoah is important and respected. When we go to policies around to existence of a national coordinator combating anti-Semitism, we see that some countries have coordinator work full-time to combat anti-Semitism. Some countries, the coordinator is partially is part-time, and some countries does not have at all a coordinator to combat anti-Semitism. Then we go to existence of official statistics in anti-Semitic incidents. Then we could see that most of the countries does keep a record. When we go to freedom of religion, Shchita and Brit Milah, most of the countries out of those 12 countries still respect freedom of religion, while we see that unfortunately in Sweden, Denmark, and Belgium, those issues are still under question. Oh, I'm sorry? Yeah. Then we go to the way countries vote in favor of Israel in UN, which is also important, looking at the double standards that bring so much anti-Semitism in Europe. What countries voted in favor of Israel compared to other countries, and then we go to unofficial statistics that are collected in Europe. So I think we have another slide that basically, if we look at freedom of religion, we see that Austria, Germany, France, Netherlands, Italy, Hungary, UK, Poland, and Spain got 100% right now at freedom of religion, while Belgium, Sweden, and Denmark could still be improved. We welcome the countries in Europe that are making effort to fight anti-Semitism and show freedom of religion and allow the Jewish community in their countries to flourish. It is important to remember that we are not here to attack any governments. We're not here to attack those who do not do enough, but we are here in order to set clear measure for countries in Europe to understand what are the important issues for the Jewish community. So we will send the research data to European leaders after the conference in order to ensure that they will understand what should be done, and we'll try to work together with them to implement our recommendations. Now, some of our recommendations to European countries will be develop an immigrant education program, increase police presence in areas of friction, add extra school hours dedicated to tackling and understanding racism and anti-Semitism, and consistently establish zero tolerance policies for any manifestum of anti-Semitism. This is, of course, in addition to our recommendation and request from all European countries to ensure that the 8 basic conditions of existence for the existence of Jewish community in Europe will be observed and respected. Thank you very much. We have Dr. Stajecki, who was the institution who were helping us to make sure that this study will be the most professional one and accurate. Of course, we will welcome any questions, but first we would like to ask Dr. Stajecki to elaborate a bit more about the way the research has been done and to answer any professional questions that might be come from the crowd. Dr. Stajecki, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, let me tell you
just speak a bit closer, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a statistician, and for the past 25 years or so, I've been working on almost exclusively on Jewish statistics, both Jewish statistics and Jewish demography. When a European Jewish Association approached me with this particular request to create an index of Jewish welfare, and the emphasis is on Jewish welfare in Europe, I felt that I wanted to take up this challenge. And this is because I believe, and I believe passionately, that in order to solve the problem, you need to define it well first. And I also believe that scholars of anti-Semitism and statisticians of Jews so far haven't done enough in that respect. Rav Margolin mentioned, and correctly, that surveys of anti-Semitism, surveys of public perceptions of Jews in Europe, we have. In actual fact, I can guarantee you that as I speak, there is another survey of attitudes to Jews that's going on in Europe. What normally is done with these surveys, the results are analyzed, they're presented in the form of so many people, or such percent, are negative towards Jews. It's entirely unclear what to do with these particular surveys. It's entirely unclear what policymakers are supposed to do, how to use them, how they help. In contrast to these surveys, and we're grateful to specialists who convey them, we created an index which is multifaceted. We created an index which incorporates various aspects of Jewish life, not just how non-Jews feel towards Jews, but other things as well. Our second strength, and I will elaborate a little bit, our second strength is objectivity. Objectivity in the sense that we use numbers. We use numbers to illustrate particular problems. What cannot be translated into numbers, we simply do not use. I know that the cynical souls among you would say, well, you can lie with statistics. I actually think that, yes, you can lie with statistics, but no more than you can lie with words. Statistics gives us, at the very least, a promise of objectivity, and it's up to us how to use it. Finally, I think uniquely in the history of this subject, what we included in this particular assessment is genuine perspectives of Jews. So to summarize and perhaps repeat some of the things that Rav Margolin said, this particular research has 3 pillars. The first pillar of our index is how the atmosphere in a particular country is with respect to the Jews, whether or not people have significant negative attitudes towards Jews or Israel. The second pillar is Jewish perspective on things, i.e., do Jews feel secure? Do Jews feel that anti-Semitism is increasing? Do they think it's a significant problem in their country? I must emphasize that both Jewish perspective and non-Jewish perspective is something that comes from surveys of public opinion. It's incredibly important. The third pillar, which has never been analyzed or conducted or even comprehended before, is how governments perform with respect to Jewish matters. And this is not just anti-Semitism, it's various aspects of quality of Jewish life. And we introduce these three components and, in a way, weigh them together to create a single index. You can ask me now, what's the best way to use it? The best way to use it is to look at a particular score of general index and to ask a question that you may be naturally asking yourselves, well, how did this country get there? What is so good or so bad about it? And then, looking at each component separately, we can identify specific issues. The highlights of this particular exercise, which is not something that I knew when I just started work with European Jewish Association, is that there are countries in Europe, there are countries in Europe where when you look at different aspects, three separate aspects, the picture that you receive is very, very different. For example, a very strong example in this respect is the case of France. What we found, and what we didn't know before, that performance of the French government with respect to Jewish communities is quite good. One can say, arguably, there is always a room for improvement. That is always correct. But in general, French government does significant work with Jewish communities, as does German, for example. When we look at the attitudes towards Jews in general public in France, nothing remarkable happens there. Most people in France, French people, are not anti-Semitic. It's as simple as that, and that hasn't changed for a while, by the way. Attitudes in Western Europe, and France is one of them, to Jews overall are quite good. That in itself, these findings stand. The picture that we receive when we look at what Jews think about, French Jews think about anti-Semitism, is completely different. What we see there, that despite significant action from the government, and despite generally non-anti-Semitic atmosphere in general public, French Jewish people are worried. They think that anti-Semitism is a tremendous problem in France. They think it has increased significantly, and they worry about being subject of anti-Semitic events. So it's that granularity that the index allows us. It's this very specific identification of specific issues in a specific country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, unless there are any questions, that concludes day one of our conference. Oh, Ellen, you had a question? I do beg your pardon. I'm coming to you straight away. Ellen.
Thank you, Alex. I think it was last week we had a meeting online. We had a meeting online with some leaders from Europe, together with Dr. Stajecki. And I also posed a question, which I'm going to pose again. I see nowhere in your survey the parameters you're using. I don't see the impact the press has on the feeling of security in respect to our safety and our well-being as a Jew in Europe. I'll give you a small example. Last Friday, the radio in Holland was every half hour about the Israelis that killed 3 Palestinians in Jenin. And it was from morning 7 until the evening 11 that I heard it constantly on the radio. And that is giving us a feeling of insecurity because the press is manipulating. They're trying to paint a picture about Israel, and they're giving us, in respect, no feelings about our security. And in your complete survey, and I told you last week also, I find nowhere anything that refers to that subject. And I think it's very important for us to have something to protect ourselves and to address this problem in general. Furthermore, as I said, I'd like to have some parameters about what your survey is based on. Because I was talking to my chief rabbi. He wasn't asked how the Dutch feel, how we feel as Jews in Holland, as a religious Jew or non-religion. I can't find anywhere as I said, your data. So that's what I want to know. Because I also have the feeling, and then I'm talking for my Belgian colleagues, they can talk for themselves, I'm sure. And they will talk for themselves. Belgium is on the bottom of your list. And I can imagine the feeling they must have about their place on your list. Because I don't think it completely, I think it partly will represent their feeling, but it doesn't reflect the feeling they have overall. And then I'm going to stop now.
Thanks, Helen.
Yes, my name is Maya Zeden. I'm from Germany, from the community of Berlin. And I have to make remarks on the numbers for Germany. The numbers say that 100% Germany supports Jewish life. I have to tell you that 2 weeks ago in a public place, there was a conference called Hijacking Memorial of Holocaust. That was a left-wing party of 3 days. They had only themselves between each other. And this was a public place. And we have a BDS thing from the Bundestag that no public place can be given to BDS. You can just forget about it. It's something that you should do, but you don't have to do. So the government seems to do 100%, but I have to tell also that there was a connection between the police and the places, German institutions that make surveys on anti-Semitism. And since the police found out that a lot of anti-Semitic things come from the Islamic community, and I don't say the Islamophobic, or not the Islamistic, no, it's Islamic groups that do a lot of attacks on Jews. They cut the cooperation. It was too hot. The German government does not talk about anti-Semitism in the Islamic community. And this is, for me, a big problem, and it's also, I didn't see that in your numbers. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Saitskis. If you can deal with that, because I know you've got to be somewhere else in a minute, so thank you. Yes, if you can respond, if that's possible.
Okay, I'll briefly respond to both points, both Ellen's and yours. With respect to the Jewish perspective and where it actually comes from, who contributed, where we took it from, etc., this is probably the strongest leg of our study. Why? As I mentioned, we have 3 legs: the Jewish perspective, the non-Jewish perspective, and the government performance. The Jewish perspective comes from the survey of Jews, which was conducted in 2018. It was sponsored by the Agency for Fundamental Rights. The agency that did it in the field was Institute for Jewish Policy Research, which I represent, and Ipsos Mori. That survey asked 16,000 Jews across Europe, in countries that contain 90% of Jewish population, how Jews feel about anti-Semitism, whether they think it's a big problem, whether it increases, and how whether they feel secure or not. This data was fed into the survey. So it's not about a particular a perspective of a particular leader, Jewish leader, whoever they are, although they could answer the survey, of course, but it's a perspective of about 1,300 Dutch Jews who say how they feel. Now, where to find this information? I, of course, appreciate the fact that in today's sea of information, reports, data, you cannot find anything, and of course, guiding basis of orientation is needed. I'm happy to provide it. But it's to emphasize that this is basically a perspective that Jewish people in Europe give. That's the extent to which they're worried or not. And in a way, with these surveys of Jews, we entered, I sense, some sort of extreme form of democracy, okay, we're no longer in the past, if to ask, it was reasonable for a journalist to approach leaders of the Jewish community to ask how Jews feel. That activity still happens. That activity still should happen. Today, we also have surveys where Jews, Bahamonehem, okay, the mass of Jews, large sample of Jews contribute their perspective. The answer to your question is actually, I think perhaps the perspective of German Jewish community is reflected in this particular data. We found, to our surprise, that German Jews do not feel very secure in Germany. That's what the data say. Okay, which data? The survey conducted by the European Agency for Fundamental Rights. To our surprise, the Jewish perspective, the extent to which they're exposed to anti-Semitic harassment and the extent to which they're worried stands in contrast to what German government does with respect to Jews, which it's at the top of the hierarchy. So I think that is reflected, and it actually corrects significantly the total score for Germany. I think it's a very genuine score because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stajewski. Thank you, first of all, for your work. I know it's been a long, laborious process, and we're extremely grateful to you for your expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day one. We will be convening at 7:30 for our gala dinner. In the meantime, I wish you a very pleasant evening until I see you later on at 7:30. Thank you so much for your attention today.